Check, check, check. Check 1, 2.
First qualifier lines up MD's Girl, Tobago Paradise, Maho Beach, and Caribbean Tides. Here they come. There they go. They're off in pacing. Caribbean Tides is leading from the outside. In the middle is Tobago and Paradise. Third at the rail, MD's Girl and the Triller, Maho Beach. They move around the turn. The leader is Tobago and Paradise and Gordy Hennessy. Second is Caribbean Tides. Third is MD's Girl and the Triller. That is Maho Beach. Up the backstretch to go for the first time. Now the new leader is Caribbean Tides in line to Todd Walsh. Second is Tobago and Paradise. Third, MD's Girl. Quarters up 30 seconds flat was the quarter. Second is Tobago Paradise. Third is MD's Girl. And the Triller, that is Maho Beach. Come off the turn. Down the stretch they come for the first time. Led by Caribbean Tides. Second is Tobago Paradise. Third, that's MD's Girl. And your Triller is still Maho Beach. Straight alignment as they hit the half mile, led by Caribbean Tides. Half is up in 101, flat. Leader still Caribbean Tides. Second, that is Tobago Paradise. Third is MD's Girl, and the Triller is still Maho Beach. No right lines yet as they swing to the backstretch for the second and the final time. Leader Caribbean Tides. Second is Tobago Paradise. Third is MD's Girl, and the Triller, Maho Beach. Up the backstretch, 3/4 up next, and Caribbean Tides is the leader. 3/4 in 1:33. Move around the turn. The leader is still Caribbean Tides. Second is Tobago Paradise. Third at the rail is MD's Girl. Maho Beach on the outside fourth. Down the stretch they come, led by Caribbean Tides. Coming to the outside, here comes Tobago Paradise. Third is MD's Girl, then it's Maho Beach. Come to the wire, Caribbean Tides. Tobago Paradise is coming up, and he will win for Gordy Hennessy. Second, Caribbean Tides. Third, MD's Girl. Time of mile 2:04 and 1. Here's the official results from the first qualifier. MD's Girl was third. Tobago Paradise was the winner. Maho Beach fourth. And Caribbean Tide second. 30, 101, 133, and time mile 2:04 and 1. Second and final qualifier lines up Cataparca, Lone Wolf Courier, and Socket Away. Here they come. There they go. They're off and pacing. Lone Wolf Courier will leave with Socket Away, and at the rail third, that is Cataparca. Move around the turn and leaving, going to the front from the outside is Socket Away. At the rail, that's Lone Wolf Courier, and third is Cataparca. So move up the backstretch to go, and going to the lead is Socket Away in line to Mark Campbell. Second is Lone Wolf Courier, and third and off stride goes Lone Wolf Courier. Third, and now moving into second is Cataparca. Quarters up 29-2. So leader Socket Away. Second is Cataparca, and off stride in the back, Lone Wolf Courier. Move around the turn, leader Socket Away. Second is Cataparca, back down pacing third. That is Lone Wolf Courier. Down the stretch they come for the first time, led by Socket Away. Second is Cataparca, and third and playing catch up, that is Lone Wolf Courier. Half is up in 101-1. The leader is Socket Away. Second, that is Cataparca. Off stride once again goes Lone Wolf Courier. Up the backstretch to go for the second final time, led by Socket Away. Second is Cataparca. Into the backfield on the run, that is Lone Wolf Courier. Going to three quarters, they're led by Socket Away. Second, Cataparca, and the trailer is Lone Wolf Courier. Three quarters in 1:32-1. So around third, leader is Socket Away. Second, that is Cataparca. Pulling up in the back, that is Lone Wolf Courier. Down the stretch they come. Socket Away, the leader. Cataparca is second. Down the stretch, leader Socket Away. Cataparca. Socket Away, he will win the second qualifier. Second, that is Cataparca. Time mile 2:02-2. Here's the official results. Cataparca was second. Lone Wolf Courier did not finish. And Socket Away the winner. 29-2, 101-1, 132-1, and time of the mile 2:02-2.
Okay, so 35 minutes to go before first race post time on this Saturday afternoon. It is Race Day Live, and we'll be going up with the show intro in just a few minutes. You're with Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee today. And Peter, it's always Vance Cameron will be calling all the action. We'll get all the equipment changes, program changes in just a few minutes, but always a big day on Horseperson's Day and the Paul McDonald Memorial Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, again, Lee, it's a very competitive day. As you mentioned, we'll be having the championship on races 1, 2, 3, 4. 7, 8, 9, and 10. So 8 races of the 12 this afternoon. We'll decide the winner in race number 9 or 10. It usually comes right down to the wire, Lee. So looking forward to the competition. We'll touch on the drivers and the sponsors throughout the day, but should set up to be a really, really nice Saturday afternoon.
Well, if history repeats itself, and sometimes it does with this type of competition, it's usually tight right down to the last race. And as you know, you don't have to win them all in order to score some really quality points throughout the afternoon. And then it could come down for the last couple of races.
Yeah, it typically does. If you can stay in the mix, you're right. You get a win and a second or third place finish throughout. Then you get to the last couple of races. And if you're within, that 5 to 8 point range, I think there's usually 3 or 4 bunched up at that point, Lee. And the last 2 races usually decided.
All right, so we're looking forward to it today. We have everything ready to go from our end. And we'll be kicking things off here very soon. Of course, in November, you never really know what kind of weather you're going to get. We had some snow early this morning. Then a little bit of rain mixed with that, and the weather forecast, it's a bit iffy throughout the afternoon, although not much in the key of participation the afternoon, but we'll keep an eye on things here, and the track crew's got her set up the best we can to get things rolling on this Championship Saturday. More from Race Day coming up soon.
time.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Well, welcome to Championship Saturday. It is Race Day live at beautiful Charlottetown, and there it is, the historic Judges Tower. You know exactly where you are there in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Redshores Racetrack and Casino overlooking the legendary Charlottetown Driving Park. And it is PEI, Standardbred Horse Owners Association Day. It's their Horse Persons Day, their Customer Appreciation Day, and also the Paul McDonald Memorial Drivers Championship. Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee at the broadcast desk today. Vance Cameron standing by in the booth to call all the action this afternoon. As we said a little earlier, Peter, it's always an exciting day when you get these drivers ready to compete today. And it all comes down to the points, and it all comes down to who will be crowned the champion at the end of it when it's all over.
Yeah, and it's usually very closely right down to the last race. As you said, we have 8 drivers competing today in 8 different races. Races 1 through 4, then we'll take a bit of a break, and 7 through 10, Lee. And typically it comes down to the last couple of races. The drivers are able to accumulate points throughout the day, and usually the last 1 or 2 races will decide the winner.
So let's go through the drivers for you this afternoon. As you'll find them in your program today, and these are linked up with some sponsors. We really thank all the sponsors that are tuned in for this day as well, and do the support for each driver. So Corey McPherson was with Razzie's Roadhouse, Adam Murner with Daniel R. Ross, Stephen Shepard with Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale, and Donnie McNeil teams up with Gass's General Store.
Yeah, David Dowling with All-Star Cresting, Amber Campbell with Atlantic Vet College, Mark Campbell with Agro Co-op, and Jason Hughes, the Blue Knight. Lee, he's with Red Shores today.
All right, so there's the lineup for you today, and right now we've got some cloud out there. We've got a little bit of wind. It is cool. The wind about 20 kilometers an hour with gusts about 37 or 40. It's going to stay about that way throughout the afternoon, but let's get all the track ratings and the program changes, everything you need to know to start your day today. Let's go upstairs to the voice of Island Racing, and here is Vance Cameron.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for today's racing program. This is event number 60 of the meeting. Good track conditions. There is a 3-second variant. It's 3 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Fallon. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Dylan Allain. Now here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 2. In the second race, number 3, Just Chillin' It, will go from blinkers to blind bridle. Turning over to race number 3. Third race, number 6, Catch a Few Rays, going from open to blind bridle, adding a choke plate. Turning over to race number 4. In the fourth race, scratch number 6, Cyclone Alvy, She Will Not Go. Race 4, scratch number 6, Cyclone Alvy. Turning over to race number 5. In the fifth race, number 2, Three Truths, will go from blinkers to blind bridle. Removes the Murphy blind inside, removes the jawbreaker, and removing the 4-ring overcheck. Next change, go to race number 7. In the seventh race, scratch number 7, the Iron Man, and scratch number 9, Gringo Star, He Will Not Go. Today's seventh race, scratch the 7, the Iron Man, and scratch the 9, Gringo Star. Turning over to race number 8, the 7 entry, Rock the Baby, will go from blind to blinkers. Turning over to race number 9. In the 9th race, number 6, Shadow of a Doubt, will go from blind to open bridle with cheek rolls. That's going to wrap up today's changes on the afternoon's 12 race presentation. The Par Mutual windows are open and they are selling, and you have 24 minutes to make your first race selections with the opening post time set for 12:30. Let's go back to my co-hosts. They are Lee Drake and Peter McPhee at the Race Day broadcast desk.
Okay, thanks very much, Vance. And, we have the customer appreciation angle today. Second chance draws. They are back. You'll see the ballot drums located in the grandstand, in the top of the park, and on the main line downstairs. Second chance draws. Great prizes to be won from the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association just by signing the back of your uncashed tickets and dropping them in the ballot drum in your area. The pick 4 starts on race 4. Also offer that 20-cent minimum in this pool and all superfectas. The new Super High 5 is on race 5 and race 12, Peter.
Yeah, and neat thing today as well, the 50-50 is $2,000 guaranteed, $1,000 going to the winner, and you can get your tickets in the main lobby today, and you can take your ticket with the wild horses on every race here at Red Shores this afternoon, $25 jackpot. The pick 5 ballot for the on-track players just inside the front cover of today's race program. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the playing of our national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the 4th race today, we have another late scratch. Race 4, scratch number 3, Jay's Little Spark, she will not go. 4th race, scratch the 3 entry, Jay's Little Spark.
Now, back to Race Day Live.
So we're back with Race Day, and we're working on a good track here this afternoon and this Saturday, and this championship Saturday for the Paul McDonald Memorial Drivers Championship. Good track, 3-second variant right now. The wind, it's about 20 to 40 kilometers an hour, so it is a bit cool out there today, Peter, and 3 degrees. That's what we're working on right now. Let's go over the drivers and their points. I know that's very important. It is in the race program today, but for those of you who are tuning in around home, we will keep you updated on those points as we go throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, so we mentioned the drivers earlier, Lee, and again, just a reminder to the fans, Corey McPherson, Adam Murner, Steve Shepard, Donnie McNeil, David Dowling, Amber Campbell, Mark Campbell, and Jason Hughes. They're all going to compete today. If you get a win in the competition, it's worth 10 points. Second is 9, third is 8, fourth is 7 points, fifth is 6 points, sixth is 5 points, seventh is 4 points, 8 is 3 points. And Lee, for scratches today, horses that are out, 5 points for that driver.
That's right. So there's a couple of scratches on the program today. So if you're wondering how that squares up, that driver will earn 5 points on the scratch, as they will be on the sidelines for that competition on that race. Another note to point out today is David Dowling, who has been the past champion of this competition the last 2 years, actually. And what he's done in the past, he's also sent us a note to the broadcast here just a few minutes ago. And he's going to do it again this year, that all his money earned today, he's going to donate that money to a family in need this Christmas. So Dowling doing it again this year, and a nice touch.
Very classy of David. As you mentioned, Lee, he's had a dynamite the last 2 or 3 years in the Maritimes, done very well in this competition. For David to do that, class act here to start the afternoon.
All right, so we're going to roll a couple of photos here today. This competition named in honor of Paul McDonald, who passed away, of course, and a horseman that is very well known and respected throughout the Maritimes. And there's some great shots over the years and some great competition. There's one here. It was called the EF Acorn Memorial, of course, and there's Bill presenting it. Len McGuigan, Barney McGuigan, and Paul McDonald, that great shot. I think I was here that day for that. And, those guys competed. They were friends, longtime friends, of course, and competed against each other over the years. So a nice shot there. We would thank Jerry McCabe for sending us through some of the photos as we were doing our show prep for this event. Here's another neat one we thought was pretty cool here, Peter. This was the McDonald's pace. And now I believe this was out at EPR at the time.
Yes, okay.
So you can notice some familiar people in there.
Driving competition. We think in EPR in St. John?
Yeah, so Ross McDonald, you got Boyd McDonald there.
Yes.
Mike McDonald.
Wow.
And you got Paul, Toby, Danny, Gary, and Claire.
Wow, that's a lot of McDonald's.
It was, yeah. And
a lot of wins there, Lee, in that picture.
A lot of wins in that photo as well. And here's another one here. This was a great shot that over the years made a presentation when Paul hit the 100th win on the season.
Yeah, and Lee, I got a few stats. I was looking at Paul's stats today before coming in. Over 9,000 drives lifetime, Lee, 9,344. He had 1,591 wins, over 1,300 second place finishes, over 1,300 third place finishes. And Lee, from 1987 to 91, 5 straight years, Paul had over 100 wins.
Yeah, so there's a great shot. Dr. Ian Moore, Jackie Peters making the presentation, Jeannie and Paul, and also Carl Bagnall in that shot there. So some great shots. We'll be taking you through the afternoon. The competition's always tight. And, we're looking forward to it today. As we said, a couple of scratches in the competition. That driver will earn 5 points. We'll keep you updated. Race Day Live continues. Next, we'll be waiting for the horses to step on the track for the opener here on this Saturday afternoon. Well, horses getting ready to step on the track here very shortly. Keep in mind, as we mentioned already, the 50-50 draw today, it's a $2,000 guarantee. $1,000 going to the winner. You can get your tickets in the main lobby today. Also, will be, of course, representatives from the PEI, Standard Horse Owners Association, going around and getting tickets like they usually do, but another location is in the main lobby. Second chance draws in the mix here today as well, and you'll be able to fill those out and put them in the locations, ballot locations. And just another reminder that we do have free Wi-Fi here. If you win your settings and you're searching your Wi-Fi settings, just go to the Red Shores customer, and you can also place your bets at hbibet.com as well. In the restaurants, grandstand, simulcast theater, or the casino.
First heat of the driving champion, first race on Post Parade, sponsored by Phillips Feed. 1 J.J. Gillian, owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Belfast, David Dowling. 2 Stormy Beach Girl, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jen does the training, Mark Campbell. I Can Do It, number 3, owned by Keith Ford and Gordon Neal of Charlottetown, trained by Keith Ford, Jason Hughes. 4 Windermere No Harm Done, owned and trained by Travis Wilkie of Sturgeon, Adam Murner. 5 Southern Heart, owned by Elmer Campbell of Airdrie, Alberta, and Jackie Cooper of Stratford. Earl Smith, the trainer. Today, Donnie McNeil. Acroturi number 6, owned by David Kent of Hunter River, trained by Kenny Arsenault, Stephen Shepard. 'Elm Grove Nancy number 7 is owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Belfast, Amber Campbell. 8 is Dancer's Pass, owned by John McKenzie, Philip Kelly, and Alf McGuigan, trained by Philip Kelly, driven by Corey McPherson. There's 4 minutes wagering time on the afternoon's opener. Race day live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, featuring the annual Horsepersons Day, Customer Appreciation Day, and the Paul McDonald Memorial Driving Championship. Peter McPhee and Lee Drake are up next on race day.
All right, so we're underway here in the Saturday afternoon. It's the first leg of the driving championship, the Paul McDonald Memorial Drivers Competition here this afternoon. This race sponsored by Phillips Feed. Thank you for the sponsorship today as we get rolling. There's a look at the 4. This is Windermere, No Harm Done here. Adam Murner doing the driving today for trainer and owner Travis Wilkie of Sturgeon today. Peter made a big move in that off-track last Saturday, gets a better post today, and Murner gets a live drive to open the day.
I think so, Lee. Again, dropping down in class, this horse here, you can see he had been battling the outside post the last 3 starts. You mentioned that one last time. Had to leave from 8, finished 7th, 2-7, but the track was off 4 seconds on that day, and the starts prior to that left 8 and 7 as well. But if you slip down to the bottom of the lines there, you'll see in Summerside that 5:01 level was tucked in the entire way and was 4th in a blanket finish, only beaten 3/4 of a length. 2 minutes and a 5th, closed in 30, and Adam did do the driving on that day. So I kind of like that angle a little bit today, Lee. The horse gets a better post in the middle. Adam's going to drive, and I'm liking my price here at 6-1.
So we're going to track along with some of the contenders here in the opener this afternoon. There is a look at the 8. This is a dancer's pass here for John McKenzie and Philip Kelly. Alan McGuigan. Corey McPherson doing the driving today, and Corey was the runner-up last year in this competition. He finished second to David Dowling. He ended the day with 65 points. He's going to try to open it up this afternoon, and this mare closing in on 200 lifetime starts, goes after his second win of the campaign, although post 8 is going to complicate matters, Peter, just a little bit today.
Yeah, sure is. She's racing from the fence here today, but the good news is for her and Corey is they're dropping down. Again, they've been as high as the 12.51s. This mare 3 back there, left 2, finished 5th, was charted 59-2, did close home in a good 29-1, and then again at the 12.51, 7th, charted 59-1. Last time out, again, I have to take into consideration the track was 4 seconds off, so 5th, 2-3-2. So drops from the 7.51s down to the 3.51s. Like you say, Corey's going to have to work out a trip, but I think they'll be right there at the wire when it's all said and done, 5-2.
So getting ready to go on a Saturday afternoon as we race on a good track, 3-second variant, and the weather, it's a cool at 3 degrees, and we do have a little bit of wind out there. It's keeping things a bit cool for you this afternoon. Stormy Beach Girl, there's a look at the 2, 8-5 choice right now. The better's over this filly here this afternoon, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Burt, the combo. They get a busy day in that barn today. Mark Campbell will do the driving. Gain raced over that heavy track last week where she finished 3rd in the fall series presented by the Harness Racing Industry Association, Peter, and the leading driver is on board here today.
Yeah, again, I think he's going to have a big day. Mark seems to be in line for some nice drives here, including Stormy Beach Girl, 5th, 2 back on the edges there, 2 minutes, closed in 30-1 from the 2 holes, part of that fall series, and then came right back on the 13th. You mentioned there, left from 4, got up for the show, though, 3rd, 2-5-1, 31-1, again, track off 4 seconds. So better conditions today here, and this horse lines up in a good spot. Mark's going to jump up here, and the bettors are on board. Stormy Beach Girl, 9-5.
Special thanks to Phillips Feed here for their sponsors, and all sponsors for you this afternoon. We'll be tracking along with those corporate sponsors, so important when we have competitions like this. Customer Appreciation Day, Horsepersons Day, and the Paul McDonald Memorial Drivers Championship will kick it off here this afternoon. You're behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for the opener. Let's send it upstairs for the call. Here's Vance Cameron.
First heat of the driving championship, J.J. Jillian and David Dowling. Stormy Beach Girl, Mark Campbell, I Can Do It, and Jason Hughes. Windermere, No Harm Done, Adam Murner. Southern Heart has Donnie McNeil. Acro Turi with Stephen Shepard. Elm Grove, Nancy and Amber Campbell. And on the grandstand side, Dancers Pass in line to Corey McPherson. Post time. They're off and pacing Windermere, no harm done, leaving out on the rail. J.J. Jillian, I Can Do It is in between them as they race round the turn, going to the opening 8. They're 3 wide, and the farthest one out is the leader, Windermere, no harm done. I Can Do It is now second, J.J. Jillian third. Dancer's Pass is fourth, away fifth. That's Stormy Beach Girl. Then in sixth, Southern Heart, racing from seventh, Acroturi, trailing the field. That's Elm Grove Nancy on past the opening quarter. Murner aboard Windermere. No harm done. Quarter pole leading, and it's up in 28 and 4. Racing second, that is I Can Do It. Third around the turn, J.J. Jillian. Out pops Dancer's Pass now from fourth. Already on the move in the outside fifth. That was Stormy Beach Girl. Racing sixth along the rail is Southern Heart. Acroturi is seventh, and the trailer, that's Elm Grove Nancy at the midway point. Windermere, no harm done, and Murner up and out of on the outside. Here comes McPherson and Dancer's Pass. 58 and 4 was the half. Third up the rail is I Can Do It, and the Blue Knight Hughes. Moving up fourth is Stormy Beach Girl with Mark Campbell. Moving up fifth on the outside, Acroturi and Stephen Shepard. Fading up the rail, J.J. Jillian for David Dowling. Now on the outside, seventh, Southern Heart for Donnie McNeil. Elm Grove Nancy on the outside, the trailer with Amber Campbell. They arrive at 3/4, and Dancer's Pass, now the leader. Racing second on the outside is Stormy Beach Girl. And at the rail third, Windermere, no harm done. Acroturi is getting there fourth. Fifth is I Can Do It. The 3/4 up in 1. 29 and 4, and they're homeward bound in the afternoon's opener. Dancer's Pass, Stormy Beach Girl right alongside. Acroturi on the far outside, coming to the wire next. Dancer's Pass and McPherson open it up. Acroturi and Shepard second. Stormy Beach Girl and Mark Campbell third, and 2-0. 2-1.
Okay, so let's have a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you this afternoon as we kick things off in the Drivers' Championship. We talked about Dancer's Pass and Corey McPherson in the pre-race here, Peter. We said Post 8 would complicate matters a little bit. McPherson did the right drive, though, this afternoon. A little patient off the wings. First up attack, it played out.
Certainly did, Lee, and they were dropping down and got the job done here. Windermere, no harm done, and Myrna, they get front, 28 and 4. They control it, 58 and 4. As Van said, Corey popped up first over, 129 and 4, and they're first up. Marcus second over with Stormy Beach Girl, and here comes Stephen with Acroturi as well. 3/4 for 129 and 4, and Corey digs in here late because there is pressure from the 2 and the 6, but he's going to get it done on the drop here to kick off the driving championship. 2-2 and 1 for Dancer's Pass. Second, Acroturi, and third is Stormy Beach Girl. 8-6-2 in the first at Red Shores.
Dancer's Pass and Corey McPherson open up a horse person's day on a Saturday afternoon at the historic driving park in Charlottetown. They're in the winner's circle. Dancer's Pass, big pacing mare 10 by Ashley's Big Guy from the David's Pass Dam, past the Desert. Owned by John McKenzie, Philip Kelly, and Apps McGuigan. Trained by Philip Kelly. Corey McPherson in the driver's seat for the win. The time of the mile in 2:02 and a 1/5. Joining us at trackside from Phillips Speed is Diane Stewart with a trackside presentation. Now, the official results from the first race: J.J. Jillian was 8th, Stormy Beach Girl 3rd, I Can Do It 6th, Windermere No Harm Done 4th, Southern Heart was 7th, Acro Turi finished 2nd, Elm Grove Nancy 5th, Dancers Pass the race winner, fractions of 28 and 4, 58 and 4, 129 and 4, and the mile in 202 and 1. In review, it's 836. 472 51. Dancers Pass returning 490. The Exactor 6450. Triactor 413.10. Superfecta returning 257.53. Ladies and gentlemen, at the start of the second race, the racing officials will downgrade the variant, or make that upgrade the variant. It's now a good track with a 2-second variant. Track condition listed as good, and the variant now is 2.
Okay, so horses getting ready to step on the track here. Next for our next sponsored event in the Driving Championship continues here this afternoon at Charlottetown. Elm Grove Farms will be the presentation coming up. Thank you to Bobby Gordon and the group there. Race number 2, we're upgraded. Good track, 2-second variant, Peter. But one thing that a lot of folks are talking about today is that 50-50.
Yeah, a lot of talk about it already, Lee. Again, the 50-50 today, $2,000 guarantee with $1,000 going to the winner. Now, of course, our 50-50 sellers are throughout the building, inside and out. But downstairs in the main lobby, when you come in today, you can purchase your ticket, $1,000 guaranteed. 50-50.
And a little later, we'll get the second chance draws rolling. And so if you are not lucky with your ticket today, just sign the back of that ticket, drop it in the ballot drums. You'll see them located throughout the building as well. And Maria will be making some draws on behalf with the PI Standard Horse Owners Association throughout the day. So we're getting ready for the second race this afternoon. We know that Corey's off to a good start here. He was runner-up last year in the competition, so he jumps the early lead here.
Yeah.
And race number 2 is getting ready next.
Yeah, again, we'll slide the picks in here, Lee, for race number 2. We're going to head to Windermere Albert here from Mark Campbell. Horse was a winner 2 back, made a break last time, so looking for a little bit of a redemption trip here. We like him. Like the 8 as well. Stephen Shepard did well in the first leg, so we like Harbour Light Jerry for second, and heading to the 5 in here, JK Cowboy and Amber Campbell for third. So I like a 6-8-5 classifier, very close as well. 8-6-5. We're 8 away from race 2 here at Redshores.
Second race sponsored by Elm Grove Farms. Second division of the driving championship on Post Parade. Sanchez Blue Chip number 1. Adam Murner driving for owner-trainer Dina Clough, New Haven. 2 is E-Gamer, owned by Garth and Haley Cole of Kensington, trained by Garth Cole. David Dowling drives. Just chilling at number 3, owned by Sandy Myers of Charlottetown, trained by Wade Myers. Today, Corey McPherson. Windermere Dandy number 4 is owned by Alan McDonald of Biddeford, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. Five JK Cowboy, Amber Campbell driving today for owner-trainer Greg McGinnis, Tyne Valley. 6 Windermere Albert, owned by Windermere Farms, Roger Burns, Allard Racing Incorporated, and Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. Jet of Flies number 7, owned by John and Stephen Quinn of Charlottetown. Stephen is the trainer. Donnie McNeil drives. Eight is Hot Light Cherry, owned by Ralph Jardine of Arthur, Ontario, trained by Harold Shepard, Stephen Shepard above the wheels. 4 minutes wagering time on the second race. It's customer appreciation draws today. And a special thanks to Brooks Performance Horse Feed for their support on this Horse Person's Day in Charlottetown.
Okay, so the second leg of the competition here this afternoon, the Paul McDonald Memorial Drivers' Championship here today. Race number 2 is on track. It features Exacta, the 20-cent Superfecta, Tri-Actor Wagering, Win Play Show, and of course you can always tag your ticket on track here with those $25 jackpots with the wild horses. There's a look at the 6. This is Windermere Albert right now, and Mark Campbell doing the driving here today for Windermere Farms, Roger Burns, Allard Racing Inc., and Claude Poirier. Earl Watts is the trainer. And we just think if this guy can get away clean this week, he'll be a factor. Recovered from that miscue last week. It was only 4 lengths, Peter, off them at the wire.
Yeah, and again, Lee, I think you're right. He was tracking along pretty good prior to that. He was 4-3 back there in Summerside, charted 2-1 for Dowling, closed in 30, and then a real good start in Charlottetown as part of the fall series. He tracked along all the way and then reached up at the very end to win 58-1, closed in 29 for David Dowling. And then last time out, made the early break, tried to recover, finished 5th, as you mentioned, beaten 4 lengths, 2-7 and 1. Track was off 4 seconds. So we're looking for a little bit of a bounce back here today. We think he's in a good spot. Mark Campbell's going to jump up and drive here as part of the driving championship, and Windermere Albert right now taking most of the money at 8-5.
Let's go to look and betting board as we get rolling in the second race here this afternoon. There's a look at Harbour Light Jerry. He's got a lead from post 8 here this afternoon for Ralph Jardine out of Arthur, Ontario. And interesting about this horse, and you know, we've known him for a long time. He moved here from Hanover Raceway in 2017. And since that move, Peter, there have only been 2 drivers outside the Shepherd family, if Stephen, Patrick, Robert, or Harold, to ever sit behind him. That was Corey and Kenny. And Stephen's back with him today. He's in the Drivers' Championship. He's got to work from post 8, but that's not deterring any of the money that's going on him right now.
No, I think so, Lee. He's been a really nice purchase for the connections here on Prince Edward Island, and Stephen's done very well with them in the past as well. They're dropping down here. They were as high as the 901s when you go down the lines, and you can see a couple of starts back at the 701 level, was 4th there. Good charted trip of 57-1, closed in 30-1, and the one prior to that as well, 701s, charted in 58, closed in 30-2. A couple of wins this year, 57-3, the quickest here in Charlottetown, and he's dropping down. I like that factor here today. Stephen's going to have to work out a trip, but he did on Acrotari in the first leg, so we'll see what he does with Harbour Light Jerry here, but we like him for part of it, 2-1.
Yeah, I just like the value on the board here as we go in 1 minute to post in race number 2 this afternoon. The odds keep changing, the money keeps coming in, the players are all over. They're on track here and they're off track, and we appreciate your business here today, especially if you're tuning in and you're playing with your HBI account. And you can do that and place your bets, and that's exactly what's happening here today. There's a look at the 5. This is JK Cowboy. Amber Campbell doing the driving here today for Greg McGinnis at Tyne Valley, who's the owner and the trainer. And this 8-year-old comes in here today. Throw that last chart line out, Peter. Just never really had a chance to get into it, but I think it could be a different story for Amber today.
I'm with you, Lee, because again, had been racing up the class ladder at the 11:01 level. That's a good group in Summerside there. You can see 3 back, 5th there to Bictonian Storm, 59-2 with a good closer, 30-3, and then made the move to Charlottetown, same level in Charlottetown. 11:01's off the rail, was 7th, 58-1, close 30, but it was against Usurper, Uncle Bill, and Silver Hill Lightning. So again, a good overnight group here in Charlottetown, and that horse was 7th on that day. So the good news is moving down to the 451s and gets a little bit of a better post this week. Post 5, Amber Campbell's going to do the driving, and we like this horse for part of it, and the price is right at 6-1.
So broadcasting today, our world headquarters at Redshores.ca. Also find us at FM 98.5, Roberts Communication Network, and in-house monitors channel 2. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate has the field. It's post time for race 2. Let's back upstairs to the call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Sanchez Blue Chip, E-Gamer, just chilling at Windermere Danny, JK Cowboy, Windermere Albert, Jetta Flies, and Harbor Light Jerry, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and pacing, just chilling it. E-Gamer at the rail, Sanchez Blue Jet. Joining them on the outside comes Windermere Albert 4th. Racing from 5th is Windermere Danny on the outside 6th as they move round the turn. Harbor Light Jerry. Then 7th along the rail, JK Cowboy, and the trailer, that's Jetta Flies. And E-Gamer looks like he's in a whole heap of trouble here as he gets now at the back for Dowling. En route to the opening quarter, and here comes Windermere Albert for Mark Campbell to take over the lead from Sanchez Blue Chip. In line to Murner. Racing from 3rd is just chilling it with McPherson. Into the turn and racing 4th, Windermere Danny and Hughes. That 5th is Harbor Light Cherry with Shepherd. On the turn 6, JK Cowboy. That's Amber Campbell. Then in 7th is Jetta Flies with Donnie McNeil. And the problematic E-Gamer is at the back for Dowling. 29-3 was the opening quarter. They approach the midway point and Windermere Albert halfway home. 2nd, Sanchez Blue Chip. Here comes Windermere Danny. Marching first up on the outside 3rd. Following that cover out 4th is Harbor Light Cherry. On the cones 5th is just chilling it. Racing 6, JK Cowboy. Outside Jetta Fly 7th. In the backfield, E-Gamer 60 seconds flat for half a mile. To the backstretch they go over the final time. Led by Windermere Albert. On to take over 2nd is Windermere Danny. Racing 3rd and moving up on the outside. That is Harbor Light Jerry. Sanchez Blue Chip at the rail 4th. Between horses, that's JK Cowboy 5th. Just chilling at 6th. Then on the outside, Jetta Flies in the backfield. E-Gamer 1:30-1. They arrived at 3/4. We're down to an 8 left to go. And Campbell, that's Mark Campbell, going to work on a Windermere Albert, homeward bound. Windermere Dandy and the Blue Knight Hughes up the inside. Harbor Light Jerry and Stephen Shepherd coming from way back, just chilling it. On the wire they come next. Harbor Light Jerry for Stephen Shepherd. Looked like he might have got there. Windermere Albert's in that win photo. We'll need a show photo. The time for the mile in 2:01-4.
All right, here's a look at the slow-mo for you, and maybe if we slow it down a little bit here through the stretch, you'll get a better view of it because it's really, really tight. And it's Harbor Light Jerry, we said, didn't like the 8-hole here today, but Shepard did get that second over move and was able to get up through the pass lane. It looks like he's going to nail this on the line this afternoon.
Two horses we talked about, Lee, Windermere Albert and Harbor Light Jerry. We like them for first and second here today. This guy was dropping down. Mark got to the front here, cleared up from post 6, 29-3, 1 minute 1. Jason went first. His horse raced really well. Windermere Danny and Stephen followed second over Harbor Light Jerry. He did some stick handling up the backstretch where he was able to tuck back in behind Mark again, and they settled it in the stretch here. 6 on the outside, 8 on the inside, slipping down the passing lane late. And what a start for Stephen Shepard in the driving championship, reaching up here with Harbor Light Jerry to nip Windermere Albert right on the line. Shepard and Harbor Light Jerry win it. Mark is second with Windermere Albert. Will decide third, but it's 8-6 in the second at Red Shores.
Harbor Light Jerry arriving at the second race winner's circle, facing Brown Gelding 10 by Jeremy's Jet. Off the Abercrombie Dam, sends Scrid Hanover. He's a homebred of Ralph Jardine of Arthur, Ontario, trained by Harold Shepard. Stephen Shepard is the winning driver. Time of the mile in 2:01 and 4/5. Harbor Light Jerry in the second, with the presentation being made at trackside by Elm Grove Farms. Now the official results from the second race: Sanchez Blue Chip 6, E Gamer was 8th, Just Chillin' at 4th, Windermere Danny 3rd, JK Cowboy 5th, Windermere Albert was 2nd, Jetta Flies 7th, Harbor Light Jerry the race winner. Fractions were up in 29-3, 1 minute, 1:30 and 1, and the mile in 2:01 and 4. In review, 684. 35271. Harbor Light Jerry paid $850 to win. The exactor was $20.20. Triactor $213.20. Superfecta $86.51. And that 8-8 daily double valued at $19.20. Here's a look at the point standings after 2 heats of the Drivers' Championship. Corey McPherson has 10 in the first, 7 in the second, for a total of 17. Adam Murner picked up 7 in the first, 5 in the second, for a total of 12. Stephen Shepard had 9 in the first, 10 in the second, for a total of 19. Donnie McNeil had 4 points in race numbers 1 and 2, totals up at 8. David Dowling with 3 points in the first and the second, totals in at 6. Amber Campbell, 6 points in the first and the second, for a total of 12. Mark Campbell had 8 points in the first, 9 in the second, for a total of 17. And Jason Hughes had 5 points in the opener with 8 in the second, for a total of 13.
Okay, so welcome back to Race Day Live here in Charlottetown as the Drivers' Championship continues here today on this Saturday afternoon. We got a little bit of sunshine, cool temperatures today, and lots of hot action on the racetrack. Back to the point standings in just a few minutes. You just heard those from Vance. Let's talk about the Wally Hennessy book promo, Peter. I know there's a couple of new angles with it, but first of all, teaming up with Retro Media, which, you know what, makes a great Christmas present.
Sure does, Lee, and we were here for the launch of the book back in June. We had Wally virtually, of course, talking about his career, where it started, all here in Prince Edward Island. He made the move to EPR in St. John, and then Lee, his career just took off after that, of course, with Moneymaker, the New York Sire Stakes. And Lee, now 11,000 wins. I can't believe he's at 11,000 already.
That's right. We get a new promo for it. You get to win a table for 4 to the Gold Cup and Saucer patio in 2022. More to come on that, but go to Retro Media and check out all the details at retromedia.ca and get your book.
The third race on the track for the Post Parade, sponsored by Greenhawk. Santa Monica number 1 is owned and trained by Bill Lanigan of Montague. Donnie McNeil driving. Silly Amos number 2 is owned by David Kent of Hunter River, trained by Kenny Arsenault. Adam Murner. Hamac River Cruiser number 3, owned by Alan Smith of Brookfield and Brad Smith of Charlottetown, trained by Brad Smith. Today, Stephen Shepard. The 4-horse Better Than Ben has been excused. Now the 5 Magical Lily Bear, owned by Barry and Reuben Martin of Sydney, Nova Scotia, trained by Ronnie Gass, Corey McPherson. 6 Catch a Few Rays, owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, David Dowling. 7 is Little Miss Ava, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Mark Campbell. Number 8 is Maggie's Delight, owned by Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald of Cardigan. Michelle does the training, Jason Hughes in the sulky. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on the third race. Peter McPhee and Lee Drake pick up the field and the drivers in the Paul McDonald Memorial Driving Championship.
Okay, so back on the track here for race number 3. Horses are introduced here, -1. We're looking for the 4, Better Than Men. We'll be hitting the track here shortly. Green Hawk was the trackside presentation coming up here in the 3rd race here today, and we're tracking along with the 7 right now at 1-2. Little Miss Ava for Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Kenny Wilkie's the trainer, and Mark Campbell, who is tied for 2nd with Corey McPherson in the early going here in the Paul McDonald Memorial today, picks up a drive here. Now picks up some money this year in stakes action. Campbell has driven her twice before, and today he handles her for the 3rd time, and a good chance to grab some more points in this tight driver championship, Pete.
I think so too, Lee. And again, I think those are the lines we need to look at on Little Miss Ava's card here. The one back on October the 21st there, left from 3, tracked along, was a good second to Better Than Men, 57-2, 28 on the end of it. Mark did the driving on that day. And then right back, Maritime Breeders in Charlottetown on October the 30th, left 4, first up, and was a real good effort. 3rd to Tobin's Brownie and Mystifying Lee, 2 of the best fillies in the Maritimes. This horse right there that day, 3rd, 55-3, closed out 28-1. So we like the combination of Mark and this horse. So do the bettors right now. Little Miss Ava, 3-5.
Okay, back in action here this afternoon. 7-2 choice right now in the 8. This is Maggie's Delight. Jason Hughes, who's sponsored in the Drivers' Championship by Red Shores, and picks up the drive here today in this filly, trained by Michelle Myers and her co-owner Roger McDonald. And she's been on top of her game lately, Peter. Never had the 8-hole in her career. She's had 2 7s, but not the 8, so first time for everything.
That's a good stat, Lee. I didn't know that. Really good. And I like the trend here. 4-3-2-1 on the lines. So she's getting better and better each time out. The 1-2 back was real good off the rail. Good second place to a JM Sports fan there, 58-2. And then again, last time out, was able to track and reach up at the very end for Adam Murner and get it all last time out. 2-3-1, closed 30-2. Remember, track off 4 seconds on that day. So again, last couple of times out, she's been inside. This time, as you say, moves outside. First time post 8, and we'll see what happens. But the confidence of this horse is sky high right now, so we'll see how Jason does on her today at 9-1.
All right, there's a look at Better Than Men on the track right now. Amber Campbell doing the driving today for trainer Todd Walsh and the ownership team. And she's been on fire since moving here, Peterson's Rito, in August this year. And I was talking to Rob McMillan actually about her, and the team very happy with her. And look at her lines, you can see why.
Absolutely. I mean, excellent since arriving on the island. The 1-2 back, sent to the front, gate to wire, winner, 2 minutes and a fifth, closed 28-2. And the one prior to that, similar strategy, right on the engine, right down the road, 57-1, closed 28. So I think Amber's going to have this horse near the front, Lee, and they should be right there at the wire.
As we said, always a tight competition there, and Amber had 6 in the first, 6 in the second leg. She's got a total of 12. She's got a chance here with this pair to get things rolling here this afternoon. In the 3rd race of the competition here today, it's the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, and they have the field. Let's go back upstairs with the call with Vance Cameron.
Santa Monica, Silly Amos, Hamac River Cruiser, Better Than Men, Magical Lily Bear, Catch a Few Rays, Little Miss Ava, Maggie's Delight. Top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go, off and facing, rough gated at the rail, Santa Monica, getting out to the front. Better Than Men towards the inside. That is Silly Amos. The 3rd one into the turn is Hamac River Cruiser. Driving up 4th from the outside, that is Catch a Few Rays. Then in 5th, it's Santa Monica. From the outside, 6th, Little Miss Ava. 7th is Magical Lily Bear, and then the trailer is Maggie's Delight. Along the backstretch going to the opening quarter, led by Silly Amos in line to Adam Murner. 2nd is Better Than Men with Amber Campbell racing from 3rd, Hamac River Cruiser. in Stephen Shepard. Fourth at the rail, Catch a Few Rays and David Dowling. To the outside, fifth is Santa Monica for Donnie McNeil. From the outside in sixth, Little Miss Ava and Mark Campbell. On the cone, seventh, that's Magical Lily Bear with Corey McPherson. And on the outside, the trailer eight, Maggie's Delight and Jason Hughes. The quarter was 30-1. Now they're over to the opening half mile with Silly Amos, the midway point leader. Better Than Men is second. From the outside, Hamac River Cruiser third. Fourth along the inside is Catch a Few Rays. Santa Monica on the outside fifth. Sixth is Magical Lily Bear. Little Miss Ava is seventh, and the trailer, Maggie's Delight, the half in a minute. And 3, passing on the 5/8, led by Silly Amos. From the outside, Hamac River Cruiser up to take over second. Better Than Men will ride the rail third. Fourth is Catch a Few Rays. On the inside, fifth. That's Magical Lily Bear. Little Miss Ava swinging out 3 wide. She's 6. In between horses, Santa Monica 7th. Trailing the field, Maggie's Delight. 3/4 up in 1:30-3. They approach the 7/8. Silly Amos is still there. Homeward bound for Murner. In at the rail, Better Than Men. Amber Campbell coming to the outside for the stretch drive, and they're in deep. Stretch now. Better Than Men from the outside will win. Oh, it's Girl Purple Power. Better Than Men gets there for Amber Campbell. We'll need a place picture. Time for the mile in 2:01-1.
All right, well, here's a look at the slow-mo brought to you by Universal Media here this afternoon. Better Than Men. Amber Campbell, we liked her in the pre-race here today. Sent off of those morning line odds at 5-2 when they left the gate, Peter, and gets it done here today for the 6th win of the campaign.
Perfect drive by Amber, but to be able to draft all the way behind Silly Amos and Murner, who demanded the lead here today and got it. 30-1, 1:03. Good rating by Adam. Amber just sitting in the 2-hole, watching it all unfold up front. 1:30-3. There was some movement from the back, but they could not get there. In the end, Amber angles out and takes a shot at Silly Amos late and going to get it done. 2:01-1. Great drive by Amber here today. Patient all the way. Angles out late and gets up to win here in race number 3. I think the 7 rallies in here late. Little Miss Ava for second. It's tight, but no doubt about the winner. Better Than Men and Campbell in the 3rd at Redshores.
Oh, little purple girl power to shake 'em up here in the 3rd as Better Than Men in line to Amber Campbell arrives at the 3rd race winner's circle. Better Than Men by pacing mare 4, but Better Than Cheddar from the I Am a Fool Damn Love and Kisses. Owned and trained by Todd Walsh of Charlottetown. Amber Campbell in the driver's seat for the win. Time for the mile in 2:01-1. Better Than Men in the 3rd down the trackside. Greenhawk has the presentation. Now the official results in the third: Santa Monica was 8th, Silly Amos 3rd, Hamac River Cruiser 7th, Better Than Men the race winner, Magical Lily Bear 6th, Catch a Few Rays 5th, Little Miss Ava was 2nd, Maggie's Delight 4th. They went 30 and 1, 1 minute 3, 1:30 and 3, the mile in 2:01 and 1. In review, it's 8:37, 1:65, 2:4. Better Than Men paid $7.20. The exactor was $26.30. Triactor $138.50. Superfecta was $58.79. Here's a quick update on the point standing after 3 heats in the Paul McDonald Memorial. Corey McPherson picking up 5 for 22. Adam Murner with 8 for 20. Stephen Shepard picked up 4, now totaling out at 23. Donnie McNeil 3 points for a total of 11. David Dowling picked up 6 points for a total of 12. Amber Campbell picked up 10 points, totaling now 22. Mark Campbell picked up 9 points, a total of 26. And Jason Hughes with 7 points, totals out at 20.
Great shot of the paddock cam brought to you by Metro Home Building Center here today. We'll get a couple of more shots of the action coming out this afternoon. Of course, days like today, we know what that means. A lot more work for the grooms and the trainers because they're going to clear all that gear.
The afternoon's fourth race, sponsored by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Back in the game, 1 owned by Kevin Harvey and Charles Boland, trained by Kenny Arsenault, Mark Campbell. 2, Century Gaga, owned by Flameproof Hanover Syndicate of Charlottetown, trained by Earl Watts, Corey McPherson. Number 3 is Scratched. 4, Private Dancer, owned by Paul and Zach Conway of Bonshaw, trained by Paul Conway, today Stephen Shepard. 5 is Bayside Alexis, owned by Debbie Elderman of Village Green, trained by Colin Johnson, Adam Murner. Number 6 is scratched. Top of her trade wears number 7, owned by Crazy 8 Stable of Charlottetown, trained by Todd Walsh, Jason Hughes. 8 is Dueling Banjos, owned by Jay and Mary Jean Noy, Denise and William Andrew, trained by Jay Noy, Donnie McNeil's in the sulky. There's 5 minutes wagering time on race number 4. This is Race Day Live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island.
Okay, so getting ready for the 4th, the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission, and let's have a look at the odds board here after the first couple of heats in the Drivers' Championship today, the Paul McDonald Memorial. We'll go from the top down. Corey McPherson, who's sponsored today by Razzie's Roadhouse. He's got points at 22. Adam Murner with Daniel R. Ross riding along here today is his sponsor at 20, Peter. Stephen Shepard with the Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale at 23. And Donnie McNeil with Gass's General Store clocks in with 11 points.
Yeah, and it's David Dowling with All-Star Cresting today. They have 12 points right now. Does David? Amber Campbell was a winner last time out, 22 points for Amber right now. Mark Campbell with Agro Co-op. They have 26 points, and Jason Hughes with Red Shores at 20. And I should mention Amber Campbell driving on behalf of Atlantic Vet College today, Lee. So that is, after 3 legs, it's tight.
It's very tight. Mark Campbell leads the way slightly with 26 as we're going into the 4th leg here this afternoon. So the 4th is on track. The horses are on track here. 2 of them are scratched today. The 3 is scratched, Jay's Little Spark, so that takes David Dowling to the sidelines. And along with the 6, Cyclone Alvey, that's Amber Campbell on the sideline. So we should mention that if you do get a scratch, those drivers pick up 5 points. So Amber Campbell and David Dowling picking up 5 points here today. As we track along with the rail sitter here. Currently at 1-2. This is back in the game. Kevin Harvey and Charles Boland of New Brunswick, Kenny Arsenault Barn there. He's the trainer, and Mark Campbell gets a call to do the driving here today. And a couple of big wins, and you may remember back in that Blizzard Series last year at Woodbine. She's had some time off after August this year. She's really getting back into it today. I think the rail is going to help her chances in here, and Campbell could add a few more points to this very tight race today.
Yeah, he's on the lead, as you mentioned, but Lee, it is very close as we head into leg number 4 here. Back in the game, yes, was a winner in Summerside back on October the 25th there. Put on the point by Kenny Arsenault, winner in Summerside, 2 minutes 3/5 closed, 29-4. A couple of 6th place finishes in between, but then last time out, raced pretty good, 751 level here in Charlottetown, Fillies and Mares. 3rd there, 2-3-1 closed, 29-4 to Magical Cowgirl and the Boss is a Girl. And remember, the track was out 4 seconds on that day. Like you said, she lands in a good spot here. Mark's going to do the driving. Betting public on board, back in the game, 3-5.
Updating today's 50-50 draw. Right now, $1,400 going to go to the winner. Still time to get in, but that time starts to shorten up. So it's right now a $1,400 bill going to the winner in today's 50-50 draw. We have Art back in the game. He's just outside the casino. Tracy is also throughout the ground. So make sure you get your 50-50 ticket right now, valued at $1,400 to the winner.
I like Vance is always listening there, Lee, tuning in, back in the game. Glad to have Art back in the game.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? I gotta get some cash. $1,400. That'd be nice. You know it's going to keep climbing.
My Christmas gift would be nice if you get it.
I know. Very sure. Well, I'll get you the same one I got last year.
Okay.
So we get going for the 4th race here this afternoon. Let's swing outside. Top of her trade now. Leaves in post 7 for Jason Hughes and Todd Walsh here today as they team up with the Crazy 8 stable out of Charlottetown. Moved here from Dover late last year. She made all of her starts at Charlottetown, the exception of 2 at Summerside. And she doesn't mind calling the shots either, Peter.
No, I think that's where she may be near the front here today. Jason's a pretty aggressive driver. This mare's dropping down here to the 501s now. I know she has to move move to the outside lead, but with a couple of scratches here now, she's going to move in and slide into post position 5 here today. So again, she likes the front end. You can see the one back on the 21st of October here in Charlottetown, right to the front. A good second, a good luck Kathy there, 57 and 3. And if you go a little further down, 751s there. Left 5 on that day for Gilberto, fronted it all the way and was the winner, 56 and 2, closed 28 and 4. So I think she kind of likes this level here. She's dropping down. Blue Knight, I think, will have her rolling early here. At least got a big shot at 2 to 1.
So I see the Metro Home Building Center starting gate rolling into position here, so we're close. Exacta 20-cent Superfecta Triactor and the 20-cent Pick 4 to get you rolling here. Here's a look at the 5. This is Bayside Alexis, Debbie Element of Village Green, Colin Johnson's the trainer. Adam Murner gets the call today to do the driving, of course, in the Drivers' Championship. Sent off at 4-1 odds last week. She came first up en route to the half, so she's out a long way over that heavy track. She just got tired and just missed that super high 5 ticket. Peter.
That's right. The ones prior to that were pretty good. She was second 3 back and second 2 back as well. So again, Lee, maybe a bit of a smoother trip here today. We'll see what Adam can work out. Good value play at 6 to 1.
Well, Scotty McKendrick at the wheel of the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Jeff McDonald, the starter, calls them in. It is post time for the 4th. Let's go back upstairs for the call with Vance Cameron.
Back in the game, Century Gaga, Private Dancer, Bayside Alexis. Top of her trade in Dueling Banjo, scratched down to a half a dozen here in the 4th race. Part of the driving championship, David Dowling and Amber Campbell, they'll watch from the sidelines here. 4th race, post time. Rough and pacing, Century Gaga leaving out, Private Dancer going with her, 3rd into the turn, that is back in the game. Getting away 4th, towards the inside is Bayside Alexis, top of her trade goes 5th, and the trailer is Dueling Banjos, her quarter pole bound. It's Century Gaga, in line to Corey McPherson, and Mark Campbell is going to right line back in the game early, quickly rushing up, and now she'll take over the lead. Back in the game, cleared for Mark Campbell. 2nd is Century Gaga for Corey McPherson. Private Dancer 3rd with Stephen Shepard. That's Bayside Alexis 4th with Adam Murner. Top of her trade around the turn 5th with Jason Hughes. Trailing the field, Dueling Banjos for Donnie McNeil, 29 and 1 opened it up. They race down the stretch for the first time with the half mile in their sights. Back in the game is now the leader. 2nd is Century Gaga. Private Dancer 3rd. Bayside Alexis going to the outside 4th. Racing from 5th is top of her trade. Then the trailer is Dueling Banjos halfway home in 59 and 4. Around the paddock turn for the second time, led to the 5/8 by back in the game. Right on her back is Century Gaga. Coming up 3rd on the outside is Bayside Alexis. 4th at the rail, Private Dancer. Top of her trade on the move 5th. Trailing the field, Dueling Banjos is 6th. They arrive at 3/4 next. Back in the game, and Mark Campbell getting them there. Bayside Alexis on the outside with Murner. In at the rail, Century Gaga has McPherson. Racing from 4th. That's top of her trade and use. 3/4 of a mile in 1:30 and 3. Headed on home now. Back in the game, the leader. Century Gaga 2nd. Bayside Alexis 3rd. Top of her trade 4th. They're in deep stretch now. Back in the game. Century Gaga up the inside. Got it all for McPherson. Back in the game 2nd. Bayside Alexis 3rd. 2:01 flat.
Here's a look at the 4th race slow-mo for you this afternoon, brought to you by Universum Media. And Campbell put back in the game the favorite on the point here this afternoon. And it was Century Gaga who used the passing lane and deep stretch to get it done for more points with McPherson.
Yeah, perfect trip again here by Corey this afternoon. He let Mark do all the road work. Mark's at 3rd. early on and brushed up to get the lead here today. 29-1. Corey was very happy to sit in the 2-hole. 59-4. They raced the backside 130-3. They're going to settle it in the stretch here because no one from the back really challenged. And you can see here now Corey slipping down the passing lane late, and he's going to nip back in the game right at the wire here. Century Gaga and McPherson reaching up to win 2-0-1 flat. Great drive by Corey to win it. Second back in the game. Third, Bayside Alexis. McPherson and Century Gaga in the winner's circle next.
Century Gaga arriving at the fourth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare 4 by Sports Writer off the Bettor's Delight Dam. I'm Betting on You. Owned by Flameproof Hanover Syndicate of Charlottetown, trained by Earl Watts. Corey McPherson, second winner for the double. The mile in 2:01. Century Gaga doubles up McPherson in the fourth. At trackside, the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission has the presentation. Now the official results in the fourth race. Back in the game was second. Century Gaga the winner. Jay's Little Spark scratched. Private Dancer sixth. Bayside Alexis third. Cyclone Alvey was scratched. Top of her trade fourth. Dueling Banjos finished fifth. The fractions were 29-1. 59-4. 130-3. And the mile 2:01. From the top, your program reads 2-1 scratched, 6-3 scratched, 4-5. Century Gaga 760 to win. The Exactor 1460, Triactor 4170, Superfecta 916.
So working on race number 5 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. And welcome back to the HBI broadcast desk here in Charlottetown. Lee Drake and Peter McPhee co-hosting this afternoon. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all of the action as we work on race number 5 this afternoon, brought to you by Cardigan Feed Services. We'll get to the post-parade just a moment. Want to tell you about Wild Horses. Tag your ticket with the Wild Horses, an exclusive play for the on-track customers. You can tag your ticket for a chance to win the $25 jackpot in each of the races here at Red Shores. The Wild Horses tag. It's an Instapick ticket for the on-track customers. You can ask your seller to tag your ticket for the Wild Horses here at Red Shores as we slide into picks for race number 5 today. We're taking a break from the driving competition. That'll come back up in race number 7. So races 5 and 6 here this afternoon. And again, I'm going to be heading towards the 1 in here. Smart Official. I do like him for part of it on the rail here for Jason Hughes today. I do like the 2 as well. 3 Truths for Mark Campbell, and I'm going to put the 6 in for third. That's Hamax Dragonator, and Dale Spence coming off a real nice win last week. I like a 1-2-6 classifier, having a really nice day so far. Has actually hit the first 4 winners, so track along up top there with your selections on the card. Classifier at 2-5-3 here, 7 away from race 5 at Red Shores.
Today's 5th race, sponsored by Cardigan Feed Services. On post parade number 1 is Smart Official, owned by Peter Lanigan and Sandra Stead of Montague. Trained by Saul Lanigan, Jason Hughes driving. Number 2 is 3 Truths, owned by Jason Rice, Ryan and Tyler Wilkie, and Tara Harper. Trained by Kyle Wilkie, Mark Campbell drives. Number 3, Painted Pony, owned and trained by Raymond White of Belfast, Corey McPherson. Likely to win, number 4, owned by Blundish Young, Lester and Jeffrey Campbell. Trained by Mark McDonnell, David Dowling. 5 Uncle Bill, owned by Luke Burke of Marshfield, trained by Melissa Rennie, driven by Adam Murner. Hamax Dragonator, number 6, owned by Bobby Joe Matheson of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Dale Spence in the sulky. Down to 4 minutes wagering time in race number 5, and gentlemen, we're coming up with our selections in the 5th race, co-featuring that Super High 5 ticket, and we thank Results Advertising and Marketing for their presentation of the Vance Cam from the announcer's booth here at the historic driving park. In the 5th, I like the 1 Smart Official. When he was morning lined at 6-1, he opened up at 1-9, Pete, so the punters are all over him here in race number 5. I like him on top for the Blue Knight Use. I like the number 2 horse, 3 Truths. He's got a claiming price tag on him, and he drops in class today. Retains Mark Campbell with the inside post. I like him for the deuce. Going to go to the 5, Uncle Bill. He's been racing solid since joining the Melissa Sereni barn. Adam Werner in the driver's seat. He's got back-to-back deuces. He'll have to overcome the post 5, but I like him for triactor material. I like the number 6, Hamax Dragonator. He's been racing solid for Dale Spence. Since he jumped on, he's won 2 of his last 3. I like him for the Super. And my Super High 5, I'll conclude it with number 3, Painted Pony. From here in the booth, I like 1, 2, 5, 6, 3. Peter, your choices.
We're close, Vance. I'm with you. I do like Smart Official on the rail here today for Jason Hughes. I think they're going to be up handy the front. And, yeah, Vance, let's hope they can get the job done. We both like Smart Official on top. 3 Truths, yeah, he may be able to track right along there. I think he's going to be around at the wire, so I do like a 1-2 as my top 2. I like 6, Hamax Dragonator for Spence. They've been getting along very well. Nice win last week. I'm going to put in Likely to Win, Vance. Nice to see him back, and he's racing well. Dropping down. He's 11 years old now. Hard to believe, but Dowling's going to drive today. And the 3, Painted Pony, another veteran. Corey's having a good day already, so I'll put him in. 1, 2, 6, 4, 3 from my side of the desk. You've heard Vance's selections and mine just a couple minutes before the 5th at Red Shores. Okay, under 2 to go here before race number 5. Lots of ways to get in on the action. Exactor, 20-cent super. In here, the high 5 as well. Triactor, win, place, and show. Tag your ticket for the on-track players, $25 jackpot. As we roll along here, you see Uncle Bill here for Luke Burke of Marshfield. Melissa Rennie trains. Adam Werner's going to do the driving. And as Van said, the horse has been sharp of late. 901's 3 back, a good third to Mick Dundee, charted 58. And then the 901s again in Charlottetown was a good second there from Werner. Also second last time out at the 1101s, 57 and 2, closed in 29 and 1.
Back in the action here this afternoon, and Peter and Vance with their Super High 5 here. It also features Exacta, 20-cent, and Triactors, along with Tag Your Ticket, the Wild Horses. We do have some winners. We'll be announcing them very shortly in the second chance draws here as we track along with the 4 here. Likely to Win, David Dowling doing the driving today with trainer Mark McDonnell and the ownership team. There's a list of winners here, Peter.
Lots of second chance draws, Lee. Lots of people buying tickets.
Yeah. So Dowling, of course, was the champion last year. He's had a rough start to the day. He's picked up a couple of scratches, so that means 5 points in the mix. He's trying to get back into it here today with a 9-1 shot.
Yeah, again, Likely to Win, Lee. I was saying to Vance there, nice to see him back. He's 11 years old now, and since he's returned to the island, he's raced pretty well. You see the 1-4 back. He was second there, 55 and 4, closed in 28 and 1, and the 1-2 back from the back tier, left 9, finished third, 56 and 3, closed 29. He does have 3 wins this year, so again, I kind of like him as a value play in here. Likely to Win and Dowling now 10 to 1.
Yeah, you get the 6 rolling in here too for Dale Spence this afternoon. Of course, this is a Drivers' Championship in here, so we take a break in that. Then we're back into the action here coming up shortly. Hamax Dragonator coming in, Dale Spence here today. The Ron Matheson barn, boy, they had a big day last Sunday. 4 winners and 2 seconds from their 6 starters, and that included this guy. So we'll see how they get along here this afternoon. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for race number 5, and Peter and I will have some of these names for you in these second chance draws. You can pick up your prizes at the main lobby here today, and that's where they're set up for this afternoon. Back upstairs to the call, here is Vance Cameron.
Smart Official, 3 Truths, Painted Pony, Likely to Win, Uncle Bill, Hamax Dragonator, a half a dozen noses up on the gate here in the 5th. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The Rough and pacing, Painted Pony and Likely to Win are firing out. Smart Official will be third into the turn. Uncle Bill fourth. Three Truths fifth. Then How Max Dragonator will trail. They swing around the turn, approaching the eighth pole. Painted Pony in line to Corey McPherson is the leader. Racing second is Likely to Win. Smart Official and the Blue Knight Use are coming early. Sent to the outside from third, now second, and takes dead aim at the leader. Here comes Smart Official to clear the lead for Jason Hughes. Second is Painted Pony, Likely to Win third. Three Truths fourth. That's Uncle Bill fifth, trailing the field. How Max Dragonator 28 and 4 opened it up. They arrive at the 3/8, now led by Smart Official. Racing from second is Painted Pony, Likely to Win out of the turn third. Racing fourth is Three Truths, Uncle Bill in fifth, and the trailer, that is How Max Dragonator sixth. They're halfway home in the fifth, led by Smart Official. Painted Pony races from second. Third up the rail, that's Likely to Win. 58 and 4 was the half. Three Truths coming to the outside in fourth. Racing fifth on the outside is Uncle Bill. At the rail, the trailer. How Max Dragonator, they're on the back stretch for the final time. 3/4 coming next. Smart Official is the leader. First up on the outside is Three Truths. In at the rail, third, Painted Pony. Uncle Bill on the outside, fourth. Racing fifth is Likely to Win. Trailing but not out of it. How Max Dragonator, 3/4 in 1. 29 and 3. A shade more than an eighth of a mile to go. And the Blue Knight is all over. Smart Official turning for home. Painted Pony looks upset-minded on the outside. Likely to Win third. Uncle Bill fourth. Deep in the stretch as they land on the wire next. Oh, it's close. Oh, we need a win photo. Painted Pony up against Smart Official. Picture time. 1:59.3.
Well, the photo sign is up here, and for good reason. In the fifth, Universal Media Slow-Mo, another exciting stretch drive this afternoon, and it's going to come down to the 1 and the 3, or the 3 and the 1. I don't know. It's tight.
It was pretty closely. Yeah, I think they posted it. The 3 did get there in the end, and we were talking when the race was going on. Corey was sitting in a great spot. We'll talk you through it here. Jason sat 3 briefly, got to the front 28 and 4. He wanted to boss it 58 and 4. Corey was content to sit 2. 129 and 3. Yeah, they're going to decide it in the stretch. Jason on the inside, Smart Official. Corey grinding now with Painted Pony. He took him out and took a shot here late, and he's going to reach up and get it by the slimmest of margins. This has been a tactic here for Corey today. Sit in and then take a shot late, and he's going to get there in the end with Painted Pony. Hard to believe he's 12 years old now, but yeah, great shot here by UMI. They'll freeze it here in the wire. Looks like, yes, Painted Pony's nose is going to get there in the end just ahead of Smart Official. So 3 wins it. 1 is second, and we'll see who is third, but it is McPherson and Painted Pony in the 5th.
So while we have a minute here, let's get on top of these second chance draws being drawn here this afternoon with the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association. Here are some winners. You go to the main lobby to get your prize. Leonard Gotel is a winner. Ron Lindstone is a winner. Jamie Kennedy is a winner. And Mike Hubley is a winner as well.
Yeah, and Lee, the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association members, they're having draws as well today. Kenny Murphy and Ian Smith, they're winners today as well. So Kenny Murphy, Ian Smith, pick up your prizes in the main lobby up to Vance for the winning connections.
Painted Pony landed on the line first, and he lands in the winner's circle in race number 5. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 12 by SS Sandollar. From the Pass the Biscuit stand, Painted Biscuit. He's owned and trained by Raymond White of Belfast. Corey McPherson's third winner today for the triple. The veteran pacer picking up his 43rd lifetime victory. Today, 159 and 3. Painted Pony upsets the 5th. At trackside, the Cardigan Feed Services has the presentation. Now the official results in race number 5. Smart Official was second. 3 True 6. Painted Pony, the race winner. Likely to win, third. Uncle Bill, fourth. Hamax Dragonator was fifth. Fractions of 28 and 4. 58 and 4. 129 and 3. And the mile 159 and 3. From the top, your program reads 261 345. Painted Pony 2180 to win. The Exactor 119.40, Triactor 249.60, Superfecta was 248.47.
Okay, so getting ready for race number 6. It is the start of the on-track Pick 5 today, and that is presented by the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association as well. I'll go through those names again. Leonard Gotel, Mike Hubley, along with Jamie Kennedy and Ron Lidstone are the winners on the second chance draws. Go to the main lobby, and that's where you can claim your prizes there as well. Now, we bit of a break in the Drivers' Championship here, Peter. It'll resume again in race 7. Let's have a look at some of those standings here for you this afternoon. We'll go through it here. Corey McPherson coming in with 32 points. Then Adam Murner is in the mix there on our scorecard, not matching what we're seeing on the screen at 28. So we'll go with what we see on the screen. Stephen Shepard at 28, Mark Campbell with 35, and Adam Murner at 28.
Yeah, Amber Campbell as well at 27, Jason Hughes 27 as well, Donnie McNeil 17, and David Dowling at 17 as well. So Lee, like normal, it's always tight, and we're only halfway through.
Yeah.
Today's sixth race is the Emmett, Albert, and Jack Burnett Memorial Pace Trackside presentation goes to the winner on post parade, number 1, Michelle Z. Tam, owned by Robbie Hughes of Stratford, Jason Hughes, the trainer driver. You Ain't Dolly, number 2, is owned by Kelsey Curran of Peaks and David Amadio from Port Morion, Nova Scotia, trained by Brendan Curran, Mark Bradley driving. 3, Lions Jenny Lee, owned by Chris Davies, Suzanne Davies, and Carol Wright. Trained by Chris Davies, the drive goes to Kenny Murphy. I'll Tell Me Ma, number 4, owned by Scott Dunn of Montague, trained by Colin Johnson, David Dowling. Five, Tell Me Why, is owned by Joe McDonald of Port Alban and Alexis Gass of Cornwall, trained by Joe McDonald, driven by Corey McPherson. Pacific Delight, number 6, owned by Jimmy Gorman, Eldred Nicholson, Bobby Joe Matheson, and Quentin Bevan, trained by Ronnie Matheson. Today, Mark Campbell drives. 5 minutes wagering time on race number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, since our last race program, our community lost a young man who was well known and loved by our harness racing community. Anthony Jackson loved horses and was friends with many on our backstretch and beyond. Our thoughts and prayers to his mom, Linda, a former employee at Red Shores. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise for a moment of silence for the late Anthony Jackson. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So working on the 6th race here for you this afternoon, and our thoughts and prayers with Linda and the Jackson family from all of us here at Red Shores this afternoon. Anthony's in our thoughts and prayers. The Bernard Memorial here for you on track right now. Emmett, Albert, and Jack. Trackside presentation coming up here on the 6th. There's a look at Pacific Delight right now. Mark Campbell doing the driving from the Ron Matheson barn here this afternoon. Jimmy Gorman, Eldred Nicholson, Bobby Joe Matheson, and Quentin Bevan share the ownership papers on this 5-year-old mare by Bettor's Delight as they're in the action here. You may remember her streak at the beginning of the year was all she did was win in January, but look at her top 3 summary, 22 for 26, and that includes 7 W's.
Yeah, again, I think she's been one of the most consistent horses on the island. The stats would indicate that, as you mentioned, 22 for 26. She does have the 7 wins this year, and one of those was 2 back, 15.01s left from 6, first up, and got to the wire first, 57-2, closed in a snappy 28-3. You go a little bit further down there, October 7th was second there to Philly 47, 55-3, closed 27-4, and as we mentioned, already has the 7 wins this year, the quickest, 56-1. So again, she has to work from the outside here. Mark Campbell does the driving on Pacific Delight, 5-2.
So working a Saturday afternoon here, if you're just joining in, and I know a lot of folks tuning in here this afternoon on their Saturday, we're working on a good track. 3 degrees. There's a 2-second variant for the rating here this afternoon as we get through this action. And we're right now on race number 6. There's a look at the 4. I'll Tell Me Ma. And David Dowling doing the driving for Scott Dunn at Montague. Colin Johnson is the trainer. Another mare with a sparkling top 3 summary. Peter, she certainly fits in here and could reach up and get it all.
Yeah, again, you look down her lines there. She's been knocking on the door for a win. Can't quite get there, but been very close. Like you said, 2 back there, second, just beaten to Better Be in Love, 57-3. Did close good, 29-1. You go a little bit further back there on the 14th. That Fillies and Mares Preferred 3. Second to Philly 47, 55-4. The charted mile closing out in 28-4. Last time out she finished 4th, but the track was off that day. So again, she's back in here. Good spot. Dowling in the bike, and she is the favorite right now, 3-5.
Again, another good betting board for you this afternoon on race number 6, and it is the start of the on-track pick 5 with those ballots that got to be in before the start of this race, and I guess it's who you're going to lead with. Who do you lead with to keep the stretch going? It's going to be tough. There's a look at the 3. This is Lions Jenny Lee right now for Kenny Murphy, Chris Davies, Chris and Suzanne, along with Carol Wright, as they get rolling here this afternoon. Murphy closing in on 50 wins so far this season. He had a big day, Peter, last Sunday with 5 winners.
Yep.
And this mare by Some Beach Somewhere is first or second in her last 4 assignments.
Yeah, she gets along really well with Kenny, does Lions, Jenny Lee here. You look at the lines there, Summerside back on November 1st there, that Fillies and Mares 1501 group in Summerside. She raced very well. Plain Jane won at this horse, was a good second, charted 58-3. And then Kenny had her here 2 back, a winner 57-4, closed 30-1. They got a big shot here today. Lions, Jenny Lee 5-2.
So the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for race number 6 this afternoon at Charlottetown. And send it back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Michelle Z. Tam, you ain't Dolly. Lions Jenny Lee, I'll tell me ma. Tell me why Pacific Delight. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing, you ain't Dolly, the first one out. On the rail, Michelle Z. Tam is second. Third one to the turn is Lions Jenny Lee, I'll tell me ma. Getting away 4th. Then 5th is Tell Me Why, and the trailer, Pacific Delight. They're quarter pole bound, led by You Ain't Dolly. In line to Mark Bradley. Lions Jenny Lee is going to keep coming from the outside to engage the leader. Third up the rail, Michelle Z. Tam, I'll Tell Me Ma races 4th. Tell Me Why's in 5th, and the trailer, that is Pacific Delight. Lions Jenny Lee spent hard to take over the lead off a 28-3 opener. You Ain't Dolly is guarding the cones. Third coming out of the turn, Michelle Z. Tam. Going to the outside 4th, I'll Tell Me Ma. Tell Me Why is 5th, and Pacific Delight to the outside the trailer. They approach the opening half mile. Lions Jenny Lee on the outside, the leader. Second is You Ain't Dolly, moving up third on the outside. I'll Tell Me Ma. Following that, covering the outside 4th, Pacific Delight. Michelle Z. Tam on the cones, a races 5th, then the trailer. Tell Me Why, 58-3 for a half a mile. Up the backstretch they go. Second and final time now. They're led to 3/4 by Lions Jenny Lee. I'll Tell Me Ma at her wheel. Third in the pocket, You Ain't Dolly. Pacific Delight is there. 4th on the outside. Tell Me Why, splitting pacers 5th. Now the trailer, Michelle Z. Tam. 3/4 up in 1:29 and a 1/5. We're down to an 8 to go. Lions Jenny Lee turning for home, the leader. You Ain't Dolly is second. Up the rail in third, Michelle Z. Tam. Deep in the stretch now. She brought her A game to Charlottetown. Lions Jenny Lee in line to Kenny Murphy. Second, You Ain't Dolly. Tell Me Why rallies third. The mile in 1:59.3.
Well, here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you in race number 6. Again, another great stretch drive. They were all in it, Peter, when they passed the three-quarter pole in 129.1. They were rocking and rolling in here today. Lions Jenny Lee finally got to the point, but it took a bit.
Yeah, You Ain't Dolly carried this horse a long way here today. Lions Jenny Lee 28-3 carried past that opening quarter. Finally did clear up 58-3. You thought she might be stung here today and maybe not have it on the back end, but no, that wasn't the story. 129-1 flashing by three quarters still there. And like you say, they couldn't make up any ground from the back here. Once she got to the front, she dug in and gets it done for Kenny on the end of it. 159-3. It wasn't easy today. Had to fight to get to the front and then went right down the road to win it here for Murphy in race number 6. You Ain't Dolly second. Tell me why. Third, 3-2-5 in the 6th at Red Shores.
Lions Jenny Lee arriving at the 6th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mares, the 6-year-old daughter of Some Beach Somewhere, is off the Art Major Dam, Jamaica, Hanover. Owned by Chris Davies, Suzanne Davies, and Carol Wright. Chris Davies does the training. Kenny Murphy is in the driver's seat for the win. Time for the mile in 159-3. Lions Jenny Lee in the 6th. Down at trackside, that's the Emmett, Albert, and Jack Bernard Memorial Cooler presentation. Now the official results in race 6, Michelle Z. Tam 5th. You Ain't Dolly was 2nd. Lions Jenny Lee the race winner. I'll Tell Me Ma 4th. Tell Me Why finished 3rd. Pacific Delight was 6th. Fractions of 28-3, 58-3, 129-1, and the mile 159-3. In review, it's 5-2-1. 4-3-6. Lions Jenny Lee 760 to win. The exactor was 86.30. Triactor 219.70. Superfecta 104.94.
And there is the photo for fourth in race number 6 as we work on the 7th here. 8 minutes to go before race number 7. Welcome back to the top of the park. I'm your host, Peter McPhee, along with Lee Drake this afternoon. And Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. We're going to pick up the second part of the driving championship, and we'll review the standings and get back to race number 7. I want to talk to you about simulcast theaters, Redshores, Charlottetown, Summerside. They offer a complete menu of off-track betting locations. We have invested in a new state-of-the-art betting terminal. Sign up for your own fast bet card program to get rewards every month. And now free programs daily for your simulcast customers as well. You can play all the action on your mobile at hpibet.com. Simulcast theaters opening daily, featuring all the action from the biggest tracks in North America. Lee, as we work here on race number 7, second half of the driving championship, and we'll put in the picks here for the 7th as we get rolling here on the second half. I'm going to go to the 4. That's Sports Royalty and Mark Campbell here this afternoon. I do like the 3, Silver Hill Buddy and Donnie McNeil for part of it, and I'm going to put in the 6, Bold and Bad for Adam Murner. So I'm liking 4, 3, 6. And again, as I said earlier, keep an eye on the classifier today. I believe Lee's had 5 of the first 6 wins. Rolling here, 3, 2, 4.
Certainly has. So if you're going along with those choices this afternoon, I'd stick close to those ones as we get going for the rest of the day. We'll have an update as well on the standings. I know the control room will be bringing those up after a little bit. We'll be back into the action here in the Paul McDonald Memorial Driving Championship here this afternoon, and it's history. It always repeats itself, it seems. Another tight race here this afternoon.
Always will be, and again, looking forward to it. 7 to go before the 7th.
And your final call to purchase a 50-50 draw ticket, right now valued at $1,700 to the winner, and this is your final chance to get in. Last call to purchase a 50-50 draw ticket, right now valued at $1,700 to the winner. Here's an update on the Paul McDonald Memorial driver standings. Corey McPherson picked up 10 points in the 4th for 32. Adam Murner with 8 additional points, 28. Stephen Shepard picked up 5 points for 28. Donnie McNeil, 6 points, totals at 17. David Dowling, 5 points for the scratch at 17. Amber Campbell picked up 5 points, now totals 27. Mark Campbell picked up 9 additional points for a total of 35. And Jason Hughes picked up 7 points for a total of 27. Today's 7th race, sponsored by Choromont Cat Dealership, Zach the Men, number 1, owned by Michael McDonald of Vernon Bridge, and GWR Visser Farm of Orwell. Trained by Michael McDonald, Corey McPherson driving. Two is Tempo Seals, owned by Gary Polton and Dewar Burho of Charlottetown, trained by Gary Polton, Jason Hughes. 3, Silver Hill Buddy, owned by Joanne McRae, David Myers, and Gwyneth McGuirk, trained by David Myers, Donnie McNeil. Sports Royalty number 4, owned by Beth and Wendy McRae of Belfast, trained by Wendy McRae, today Mark Campbell. Arnold the Paperboy wears number 5, owned by Bill Kinney of Honey River and Gary Ford of Stratford, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Stephen Shepard. Six, Bold and Bad, owned and trained by Dina Clove, New Haven, Adam Murner. 7 is Scratch, number 8, Wims Drop Off, owned by Carson Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie. Amber Campbell driving. 9 is Scratched. Down to 3 minutes wagering time in race number 7. Don't miss the annual PEI Matinee Track Banquet, Wednesday, November 24th at the Top of the Park Restaurant. Peter McPhee will host the evening. Tickets are $25, and you must contact Julie Jameson to reserve your tickets. You also must show double Vax Pass.
So heading back out in the track here, looking forward to heading to that event, the Matinee Track Banquet. Peter, I know you're hosting it that night. Should be fun.
Yeah, it should be great. Lee, looking forward to it. Like you said, we're going to honor all the matinee stars throughout the province. A great program, Lee. All the young drivers coming through. So looking forward to it next Wednesday night.
Yeah, I have Laurel and John both joining me that night. So we're looking forward to it. Should be great.
Look forward to seeing you here.
All right, so we are getting ready to go for the 7th here today, Toromont Cat Dealership, and we've landed on the 4. This is Sports Royalty right now. Mark Campbell doing the driving this afternoon for Wendy McRae and her co-owner Beth McRae. And they get run in here. The son of sports writer came to the Wendy McRae barn in 2018, and since then, just one of those horses, Peter, that gives it all. Week in and week out.
Absolutely. A huge year last year. Had the 7 wins from 32 starts, 55 and 3 of the record. And a pretty nice season this year when you look at the stats. 2 wins, 2 seconds. But those 10 third-place finishes really stand out, as well as a record of 58 over Charlottetown. And it's been racing pretty well of late. Third, 3 back there, charted 58 to Halmax Dragonator. And then last time, you can see, raced off the rail, tracked inside the whole way, and was 4th. Again to Halmax Dragonator, 59 and 1. Closed in 29 and 1. I like the fact he's dropping down a little bit here today into the 701s, gets the mid-pack, and Mark picks up the drive. That's Mark Campbell picks up the drive. Even money on Sports Royalty.
So the 3 and the 4 tracking along together on the backstretch here in Charlottetown on this Saturday afternoon. PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. It's Horsepersons Day, Customer Appreciation Day, and also the Paul McDonald Memorial Drivers Championship. Always tight, this competition. Let's add a couple more winning names. Neil McFadgen is a winner today on the second chance draws, and so is Arlene McGuinness. And if you've heard your name, you can pick up your prize in the main lobby.
Yeah, again, Debbie Lee Clow is a winner, and Linus Walth is a winner as well. So Linus Walth, Debbie Lee Clow, and if you heard your name, main lobby to pick up your prize.
All right, let's track along with Silver Hill Buddy here. Donnie McNeil driving this afternoon for David Myers, who's the trainer and also co-owner, along with Gwyneth McGurk and Joanne McRae. So as they get set to go here, his last win was in September. That's not like he's not picking up checks, though, Peter. $113 shy of $10,000 made this year. So he's been picking up the checks here this afternoon, or this season rather, and could pick up another big one today.
I think so too. He's been racing some tough customers. You look down the lines here now. He's been on the edges the last month or so, but when you look over and see the competition, you can understand why. 5th, 3 back there, 55 and 3, the charted trip. Burnout, Hanover, Talladega, Sealster, No Great Mischief, 1, 2, 3, all excellent horses. And then last time out, 6th at the 1101 level, Halmax Dragonator, Bankshot, Hanover, Smart Official, 1, 2, 3, Silver Hill Buddy, 6th on that day. So he's dropping down here, gets to drop down a little bit to the 701s, picks up a great spot to work from. Donnie McNeil is going to be in the seat here today. So we look for a bounce back for Silver Hill Buddy, 2 to 1. And running at a time here, want you in on some action in race number 7. There's the 6, Bold and Bad. Again for Dina Clow, who owns and trains. Adam Myrna's going to drive. And he's been racing the 1101s the last couple of times out. You can see he was 7th there. His last start, 59 and 2, and the one prior to that left 7, finished 4th, 57 and 2. Did close home in a brisk 28 and 3. So he's dropping down a little bit here, and again he gets a better post, slightly better. He's been 8 and 7 last couple of times out. He gets the 6 hole here from Myrna today, so he could be part of it here. And if you're looking to maybe spice up your triactor a little bit here in the back end of it, Bold and Bad, 21 to 1.
I was going to say, like, the super effective players really like him.
Yeah, exactly.
So the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for the 7th. We're back into the competition here, and right now as it stands, Mark Campbell leads away with 35 points. Another tight race. Vance Cameron, this competition is always tight.
Yes, and it's tough to defend for David Dowling when he's on the outside looking in. He's been the result of a couple of scratches today, so that hurts. They're all lined up in the 7th as the driving championship continues on this Horseperson's Day at Charlottetown. Post time. The rough and pacing, and Silver Hill Buddy is the first one out. Second is Tempo Sealster. Third at the rails, Act the Men. Into the turn, Sports Royalty away fourth. Then in fifth is Arnold the Paperboy. Sixth is Bold and Bad, and trailing the field, Whims drop off. On the backstretch they go. Silver Hill Buddy and Donnie McNeil, the leaders. From the outside, second, that's Tempo Sealster. Oh, they get hooked up going to the opening quarter. In at the rail now, second is Act the Men. Tempo Sealster is going to drop back and drop in to be third. Racing from fourth, that is Sports Royalty. Fifth along the inside is Arnold the Paperboy. Then sixth is Bold and Bad, and the trailer is Whims Drop Off. Now there's the inquiry sign. Race number 7 is under a judge's inquiry. The quarter mile was 29 and 1. Silver Hill Buddy and Donnie McNeil approach the midway point. Second is Zach the Man and Corey McPherson. There goes Sports Royalty. And Mark Campbell to the outside to pick up third. Fourth up the rail, Tempo Sealster and Jason Hughes. To the outside, fifth, Bold and Bad with Adam Murner. Now sixth is Whims Drop Off for Amber Campbell. And trailing the field, Arnold the Paperboy and Stephen Shepard. 8 and 3 was the half. To the backstretch they go, led by Silver Hill Buddy. Up second on the outside is Sports Royalty. Third from the outside is Bold and Bad. Zach the Men now fourth. Then in fifth is Tempo Sealster. Racing sixth is Whims Drop Off. The trailer, that's Arnold the Paperboy. They arrived at 3/4 in 1. 28 and 3. Sports Royalty and Mark Campbell clear the lead late. Silver Hill Buddy is second. Bold and Bad on the outside. Now third. Fourth is Zach the Men, and they're headed on home. Led by Sports Royalty, clear on the lead. Silver Hill Buddy, Bold and Bad on the outside. Sports Royalty, a going away winner, in line to Mark Campbell. Silver Hill Buddy was second. Bold and Bad finishes third. The time for the mile in 1:58.2. We are under an inquiry. The judge's inquiry in the 7th race involves the conduct going to the opening quarter mile.
Well, we talked about all 3 of these horses in the pre-race. Your top picks here today, Peter. Good for you with the 4-3-6 of everything stands the way it should. And there's the Universal Media slow-mo for you this afternoon. Sports Royalty. Campbell put this horse into play. First up attack here this afternoon and defends the lead with another 10 points.
Yeah, that's right. And we thought it played out pretty well, Lee. Silver Hill Buddy got to the front here today. We thought he'd spring the gate. 29 and 1, 58 and 3. Mark makes that first up approach towards the half. They're able to clear up the backstretch. 128 and 3, and he's pretty comfortable here down the lane here. Now Mark just keeping him interested on the back end of the mile. 158 and 2. The first up move is the winning move here today, and as you mentioned, Mark will maintain the lead here in the driving championship. Getting it done here in race number 7. Silver Hill Buddy second, Bold and Bad third. Under an inquiry in the 7th at Red Shores.
Sports Royalty into the 7th race winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding 7 by Sports Rider. From the Die Laughing Dam, Royal Street, Owned by Beth and Wendy McRae of Belfast, trained by Wendy McRae. Mark Campbell along for the winning drive. The horse picks up his 15th lifetime victory. Today it's 158-2. Sports Royalty in the 7th at trackside, the Toromont Cat Dealership presentation. Results of the 7th race judges' inquiry, no violations. Here's the official results from the 7th race. Sack the Men 4th, Tempo Sealster 5th, Silver Hill Buddy 2nd, Sports Royalty the race winner. Arnold the Paperboy was 7th. Bold and Bad finished 3rd. The Iron Man scratched. Wim's Drop Off was 6th. Gringo Star scratched, fractions of 29 and 1, 58 and 3, 128 and 3, and the mile 158 and 2. In review, it's 452, 173, scratch 6, scratched. Sports Royalty at 440, the Exactor 1740, Triactor 3880, and the Superfacta 2079. Now the update in the Drivers' Challenge. 7th race, Corey McPherson picked up 7 points for 39. Adam Murner with 8 points for 36. Stephen Shepard, 4 points at 32. Donnie McNeil, 9 points, now 26. David Dowling, 5 points on the scratch at 22. Amber Campbell with 5 points, now has 32. Mark Campbell, the win at 10 points, now a total of 45. And Jason Hughes picked up 6 points for a total of 33. The afternoon's 8th race on parade, sponsored by Hamac Farms, JM Sports Fan number 1, owned by John Burt, Morris McCabe, Harold Shepard, and Wayne McPherson. Trained by Harold Shepard and driven by Stephen Shepard. That's Me a Bad number 2 is owned by Mary Jean Noy, Denise Andrew, and Tasha McKenzie. Trained by Jane Noy, Donnie McNeil drives. Almac Blaze number 3 is owned by Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald of Cardigan. Michelle does the training, driven by Amber Campbell. Fluentosity number 4, owned by Shane and Blaine Baglow of Cornwall. Trained by Blaine Baglow, driven by David Dowling. Five, Good Luck Kathy, owned by Janet Compton of Stratford. Earl Smith is the trainer, driven by Jason Hughes. Traces of Purple number 6 is owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Belfast, Corey McPherson. Rock the Baby number 7, owned by Flameproof Hanover Syndicate of Charlottetown, trained by Earl Watts, Adam Murner. Eight, Locker Up is owned by Jamie Kennedy of Charlottetown, trained by Kenny Arsenault, driven today by Mark Campbell. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 8. The annual general meeting of the Prince County Horsemen's Club is Monday, December 13th at the Oval at Redshores, Summerside. The AGM starts at 7 and all Prince County Horsemen's Club members welcome to attend.
Okay, so we're getting ready for the 8th race presented by Hamac Farms and another division of the driving championship here for you this afternoon, Peter. And for those of those off-track players that are following along at home here, there's a splash for you right now with the standings. And as we said, very tight. Corey McPherson with 39 points. Adam Murner, 36 points. Then you get Steve Shepard with 32, Donnie McNeil at 26, and David Dowling at 22. And David's had a tough day with those scratches. He does pick up 5 for each one, so as Vance said, hard to defend that title when you get the scratches. But in classic Dowling, what he did last year and the year before was all the money that he picks up this afternoon in the driving championship, he's going to donate to a needy family this Christmas.
Yeah, very classy of David to do. And as you mentioned, those scratches are hard to go up the standings there today, Lee. But again, thank you to David for doing that. A very classy move. Amber Campbell is in the mix at 32 points as well. Mark Campbell leading at 45 and Jason Hughes at 33. So Mark maintains the lead, Lee, heading into race number 8.
So we're tracking along right now for the starters in the 8th race, and we landed on the 4. This is Fluentosity. David Dowling, as we mentioned, doing the driving here this afternoon for Blaine Baglow, along with Shane Baglow, as they co-own. And as they get into the mix here today, we should mention All-Star Cresting is the sponsor with David Dowling in the competition here this afternoon. Now, she's going after a 5th win of the season. Post position 4 sends out the most winners. As a matter of fact, Peter, out of 679 starters, 139 of them pack winners. The rail is second with 120. So just some of what the stats say about post positions in Charlottetown.
Yeah, I like that. And I knew number 4 did well, Lee. And again, it's going to be okay, I think, in here as well. Fluentosity from post 4, 3 back. It worked out. Came first up and was a bang-up second to Magical Cowgirl on that day. 58-1, closed 29-1. So again, post position 4, good to Fluentosity on that day. And the 1-2 back as well from post 5. Again, first up, second to Traces of Purple, 58-3, closed in 29-4. So back at post 4, David's going to do the driving here today, Lee, and we like the chances of Fluentosity at 2-1.
There's a look at Hamac Blaze. Very relaxed on the track right now. Michelle Myers, Roger McDonald co-own. Michelle is the trainer, and Amber Campbell doing the driving here this afternoon in the Paul McDonald Memorial Driving Championship. And Amber, sponsor in this is Atlantic Vet College, so thank you for the sponsorship here today. The last two drivers used the same front-end tactics. She could go back-to-back today, and the trainer and the driver, it's girl power this afternoon.
Yeah, and Amber already has a win on the day, and I think she'll be handy the front with Hal Mac Blaze as well. Lee, I wrote in the post-time picks, it might be the sharpest horse on the island here right now. You look down the lines, it's all pretty much 1, 2s, and 3s. You mentioned the win last time out there. Front end all the way for Spence in 2 minutes 3/5. Track was off on that day, and then the one prior to that, again on the lead all the way, just collared by Lions Jenna Lee, who we saw come back and win today. And the one a little bit further down on October the 28th was a winner, 59-1 for Mark Campbell, closed in 29. So again, we think Hal Mac Blaze will be up near the front and be there at the wire, 5-1.
So we're getting close here in the 8th race this afternoon as we continue on with the Drivers' Championship. Only a few left. There's an equipment change on Rock the Baby, blind to blinkers here today. And for Flame Proof Hanover Syndicate of Charlottetown is the owner, Earl Watts, trains this afternoon. Greg Bailey qualified in May. Since then, it's been Heffernan, Dowling, Myers, Hughes, and first-time drive for Myrner.
Yeah, and again, I think a shot here and a good value play at 6-1. 5 wins on the papers, 56-2. The quickest in Charlottetown, you can see, was a winner for Dowling back on the 14th of October, 57-1, and a good third last time from post 8. Closed out 30-4 over an off-track. Adam Drives, as you mentioned, 6-1.
We should also mention that Adam Myrner's sponsor is Daniel R. Ross. So we got a whole list of sponsors. Make sure you check them out in your race program as well as we get ready for the 8th race here this afternoon and another trackside presentation with Halmack Farms. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling. Back upstairs, the race call with Vance Cameron.
JM Sports Fan, that's me a bad, Halmack Blaze. Fluentosity, Good Luck Kathy, Traces of Purple, Rock the Baby, and Lock Her Up. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and pacing Halmack Blaze is leaving out. Fluentosity second, third into the turn. Rock the Baby crossing over fourth. That's Good Luck Kathy. Away fifth is JM Sports Fan. On the cones in sixth. That's Me a Bad. Traces of Purple is seventh. And the trailer, that's Lock Her Up. The quarter pole bound. Halmack Blaze is the leader. It might be short-lived. Coming to call on the outside is Rock the Baby. Oh, there's a brouhaha going on here in the driving championship. In at the rail, Halmack Blaze taking on a Rock the Baby, 28 and 3 opened it up. Amber Campbell along the rail with Halmack Blaze. To her outside is Adam Murder and Rock the Baby. And they're to it and at it and to it. What a trip Dowling's getting. Fluentosity is third. Good Luck Kathy now fourth with Hughes. Fifth is JM Sports Pen with Shepherd. Now in sixth, that's Me a Bad and McNeil. To the outside seven goes Traces of Purple and McPherson. Trailing the field, Lock Her Up in Campbell. The opening half mile in 58 and 1. Oh, and they're still at it up front. Halmack Blaze at the rail, laying on the outside and matching strides. Rock the Baby. Here comes a fresh Fluentosity and Dowling. 3 high and going on to the lead. Moving up 3 wide. Fourth is JM Sports Fan. Good Luck Kathy has nowhere to go. Fifth. Traces of Purple is sixth. That's Me a Bad and Lock Her Up. 3/4 and 1. 28 and 4. They round the turn for the second and final time. Going to the 7/8, led by Fluentosity. JM Sports Fan comes out of the pack second. Traces of Purple is now taken over third. Down the stretch they come. Fluentosity. JM Sports Fan on the wire. Dowling and Fluentosity. Second, that is JM Sports Fan. Third is Traces of Purple. 1:59 and a 1.
Well, here is the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the action today from Charlottetown from race number 8 and Fluentosity. We talked about it in the pre-race. Like the post position 4 here this afternoon. Dowling, though, had to like the way this race was shaping up.
He sure did, Lee. As soon as he saw that the 7 and the 3 were going to battle on the front end, he was licking his chops in the 2-hole, and it set up perfectly for Fluentosity. How Mac Blaze and Rock the Baby, they couldn't settle it early. 28 and 3, boy, were they swinging early past that opening split. 58 and 1. David, as I said, just sitting there taking advantage of the trip. Up the backside, he tips up 128 and 4 to the lead, and down the stretch he comes here now. He's got it, but the one is adding pressure late. JM Sports Fan, that horse race great here today, but Fluentosity front end battle takes advantage of it, gets there in the end for Dowling to win race number 8 at Red Shores.
Fluentosity on her way to the 8th race winner's circle. Pacing mare 6 by Well Said. Off the Real Artist Dam, Real Velocity. Owned by Shane and Blaine Baglow of Cornwall. Trained by Blaine Baglow. David Dowling's in the driver's seat for the win. The mile in 1:59 and 1. Fluentosity in the 8th down at trackside. Howmack Farms has the presentation.
Let's jump in with a few more winners here for you this afternoon on the Customer Appreciation Day. Memberships from the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. From the members' side, Brody McPhee and Todd Weatherby are winners this afternoon. Congratulations. And from the customer side, we have Donnie McGuigan, who's a winner. Everett Burt is a winner. Jody Williams is a winner this afternoon. And Jamie Condon. So Jamie Condon, Donnie McGuigan, Everett Burt, and Jody Williams, all winners in the Customer Appreciation draws today. You can pick up your prize in the main lobby from the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association booth.
Now the official results in race 8, JM Sports Fan was 2nd. That's Me a Bad 4th. Howmack Blaze 7th. Fluentosity the race winner. Good Luck Kathy 6th. Traces of Purple 3rd. Rock the Baby finished 8th. Lock Her Up was 5th. They went 28 and 3, 58 and 1, 128 and 4, and the mile 159 and 1. From the top, 247, 163, 85. Fluentosity 630 to win. The Exactor 1520, Triactor 9080, Superfecta 11866. On the 9th race parade, J.J. Patrick, owned by Marco Lance Summerside, trained by Mike McGuigan, Jason Hughes. 2 Weimar Champ, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette. Eric does the training. Amber Campbell drives. 3 Hemingway, owned by Melissa Rennie, Beth McPherson, and Abby Clow. Melissa does the training, driven by Adam Murner. 4 Winter Blast, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jenny's the trainer, Corey McPherson. 5 Eagle Jolt, owned by Marie McDonald of Stratford and Natasha Campbell of Winslow. Mark Campbell training and driving. 6 Shadow for Doubt is owned by Windermere Farms, Claude Poirier, Harris Johnson, and John Howitt. Trained by Earl Watts, Donnie McNeil. Power of a Cruiser, number 7, owned by Ivan McMillan Valeri, trained by Kyle DeRoche, Stephen Shepard driving. Number 8 is JK Express, owned by James Farrow of Stratford, trained by Kenny Arsenault. David Dowling drives. We're down to 4 minutes wagering time on the 9th race, and ladies and gentlemen, the racing officials upgrading the variant now to 1 second. Track condition remains as good. There is a 1 second variant. There's 4 minutes wagering time on the 9th race. Racing returns tomorrow at 12:30. Still space in the top of the park. You can book your table and enjoy a great meal too.
So heading back out on the track here for the 9th race, and another change in our variant this afternoon. Now a 1 second variant from the Racing Commission this afternoon, and over a good track. The sun peeks out every now and then. Still remains cool though, Peter. You never know what kind of weather you're going to get in November.
Oh, you don't, but today we're fortunately, it's been good so far.
Good so far. The track crew, of course, have been working hard on the track because they never know what kind of weather we're going to, although they keep a close eye on it. Don't get me wrong, but it's always tough this time of year. There's a look at Winter Blast. He's coming from the 4-hole this afternoon as well. Jennifer Doyle, Danny Burt, and Corey McPherson going to be teaming up here this afternoon. Corey McPherson, his sponsor is Razzie's Roadhouse, sits second in the standings right now at 47, next to Mark Campbell, who's got 51. So a tight race here this afternoon in the Pollard Roofing Reg Afleck Memorial as they're getting set to go. One of the favorites, the Grey Horse here, one of my favorites to track and cheer on, only 2 away from 40 lifetime victories, Pete, and could get 39 today.
I think he's got a big shot. He's dropping down here. He's been racing some tough customers. When you look over the lines here, you can see 2 back. He was 4th there, started 57. Miss Moist, Pillage, and Burn, No Great Mischief. They were 1, 2, 3. Winter Blast 4th on that day. And then last time he went to the 15:01s, tracked along and was 5th. 59-3 again, track off that day. Flowers on the Beach won it. Legendary Ron and Double Terror. So he was 5th on that day, but the good news is he's dropping down into the 901s here. He gets the mid-pack, and as you mentioned, Corey's had a real nice day, sitting 2nd right now in the competition. Big shot here to add to his points total with Winter Blast, 1-2.
Well, great competitions means a lot of great history in this Drivers' Championship, and we did this in the pre-race this afternoon. In case you missed it, you can always find it on YouTube, but there's a great shot back in the day. Paul McDonald, of course, who this championship is now named after, and Paul McDonald and Barney McGuigan there getting presented by Bill Acorn back in the day, and there's the trophy and some of the trophies and great presentations. Always a great competition. I'll always look forward to it.
Oh, that's a great shot right there. Of course, Paul on the right with the PM, and as you mentioned, Mr. McGuigan as well in the photo. And Lee, just quickly on Paul, over 9,000 drives in the lifetime drives, 1,591 wins, and 5 straight years from 87 to 91. Paul recorded over 100 wins.
So the Drivers' Championship continues here this afternoon at Charlottetown, and there's a look at the points leader right now going into the last couple of races here. Mark Campbell It was sponsored today in the competition by Agro Co-op. He sits slightly in the lead here at 51 going in this, and he's aboard Eagle Jolt, the 14-year-old. Marie McDonald and Natasha Campbell are the co-owners. There was a great picture at Summerside that the Industry Association did with all the horses that are going to be retiring, and he's one of them coming up at the end of December. It's hard to believe. You mentioned his career in post-time picks, Peter. 70 lifetime wins, $458,540 earned, and I thought this was an interesting stat. Mark McDonald drove him in his last start at Pocono Downs all the way back in May 11, 2014. Made his first start for the Campbell Barn on May 29, 2014, and only left the island once. That was a road trip to Truro. Every other start, we've been cheering him on BEI.
Wow, that's a great stuff, Lee. And yes, he's been a super acquisition again for the Campbell Barn Eagle Jolt. He's been excellent his whole career. And again, as a 14-year-old, he's racing very, very well. 25 starts this year. He does have the 3 wins, 55-1. The quickest, and he's been knocking on the door his last 3. You can see 3 down there. He was second to Flowers on the Beach, charted 57, and he was third last time out, not that far away. Left post 6, charted 59, and closed in 30. I think he's going to be right there. Good spot to work from, as we know. Mark knows him very well. Eagle Joel coming to the end of a fantastic career. Right now, 5-2.
Well, getting ready to go here in the Pollard Roofing. Ray J. Fleck Memorial coming up in race number 9 this afternoon. There's a look at JK Express. James Perot. David Dowling picks up the drive from the Kenny Arsenault stable here today in the Drivers' Championship. Hasn't had too much luck at the draw. The 8-hole will complicate matters in this late competition, but the JK Prefix, raised by the late Joseph Kelly Smallwood, who passed away in June of 2018. Great horseman, and they get a chance here to roll. They've got to work it out with Dowling, who's trying to get back into this competition this afternoon from post 8. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to the call with Vance Cameron.
J.J. Patrick, Weimar Champ, Hemingway, Winter Blast, Eagle Jolt, Shadow of a Doubt, Power of a Cruiser, J.K. Express, Post Type. The rough and pacing Winter Blast is leaving at the rail. J.J. Patrick, third into the turn, is Weimar Champ. Racing from fourth is Eagle Jolt. Around the turn, Hemingway fifth. Way wide in sixth is Shadow of a Doubt. Then it's Power of a Cruiser and the trailer. J.K. Express, the quarter pole bound, and the post-time favorite on the lead. Winter Blast in line to Corey McPherson. Racing from second is J.J. Patrick. Eagle Jolt has moved into third. Weimar Champ now fourth. Hemingway in fifth. That's Shadow of a Doubt sixth. Seventh, Power of a Cruiser. Then trailing the field, J.K. Express, a solid beginning of 28-2. Winter Blast and Corey McPherson on the lead. J.J. Patrick and the Blue Knight U's are in the 2-hole. That's Mark Campbell and Eagle Jolt racing from third. Weimar Champ and Amber Campbell goes fourth. On the move on the outside, fifth, Shadow of a Doubt and Donnie McNeil. Moving up six on the outside, Power of a Cruiser with Stephen Shepard. Hemingway is back to seventh from Erner, and on the outside, the trailer, J.K. Express for Dowling. 58-2 was the opening half mile. Down to 3/8 to go, and it's Winter Blast continuing to lead J.J. Patrick. Eagle Jolt has third. Shout of it out fourth. Marching on the outside fifth is J.K. Express. Power of a Cruiser sixth. Hemingway is seventh. Now the trailer, Weimar Champ. They arrive at 3/4. Winter Blast continues to lead by 2. J.J. Patrick is second. Eagle Jolt to the outside third. 3/4 in 1. 28-1. Eighth of a mile out. Winter Blast coming on home. J.J. Patrick. J.K. Expressway wide. Between them is Eagle Jolt. Deep in the stretch. Coming to the wire next. Winter Blast in line to Corey McPherson. McPherson has the quadruple. Look like Eagle Jolt second. J.K. Express third. Time for the mile. 1:58 flat.
Well, again, we talked about these horses in the pre-race here. It did hold up here today. Winter Blast going to the front here and sent off at 1 to 2 odds here. How about that 4-5-8 ice cold triactors Ken Morgan would say for you this afternoon, Peter? Well done.
I hope he's watching, Lee, wherever he is. Gives me a hard time sometimes about my picks. But hey, this guy got it done. He dropped down here today. We liked him on the front end, and Corey is driving great of late. He got him to the front, 28-2. Pretty snappy over there for November. 58-2 as well. 128-1. He's still a boss past the 3/4. They're trying to close in on him here late. Eagle Jolt raced very well. JK Express made a huge move up the backstretch, but they couldn't get to Winter Blast in the end as he goes gate to wire for Corey here today. 158 flat. Eagle Jolt rallies in for second. JK Express third. 4-5-8 in the ninth at Red Shores.
Winter Blast moving into the 9th race winner's circle. Pacing Grey Gelding 9 by Sand Shooter. From the Admiral's Galley Dam, Blizzard Babe, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Corey McPherson has his 4th winner on the day for the Grand Slam. The wire-to-wire victory in 158. Winter Blast in the 9th at Trackside, Pollard Roofing, and the Red Aflac Memorial presentations.
And we have some more winners on our second chance draws today. Corey McDougall is a winner. Gerald Baldwin is a winner as well. Joyce Dunphy and Sock McDonald. So Sock McDonald, Joyce Dunphy, Gerald Baldwin, and Corey McDougall. If you've heard your name, please go to the main entrance to pick up your prize.
Here's the official results from the 9th race. J.J. Patrick 4th, Weimar Champ 7th, Hemingway 6th, Winter Blast the race winner. Eagle Jolt finished 2nd, Shadow of a Doubt was 8th, Power of a Cruiser 5th, J.K. Express 3rd, Fractions of 28-2, 58-2, 128-1, and the mile 158. In review, 476, 128, 53. Winter Blast at $3. Exactor $5.70. Triactor $17. Superfecta $5.82. Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. It's valued today at $1,923. And the winning number will be E33190. Today's 50-50 winning number for $1,923, E33190. Good luck. Checking on the point standings with one more heat of the Drivers' Challenge. Corey McPherson with another win, 10 points for 57. Adam Werner, 5 additional points, 44. Stephen Shepard with 6 points for 47. Donnie McNeil, 3 points for 36. David Dowling, 8 points for a total of 40. Amber Campbell, 4 points for her total of 40. Mark Campbell, 9 points for a total of 60. Jason Hughes, 7 additional points with 45.
Okay, 7 minutes to go here before race number 10, and it is the final leg of the driving championship. We'll update the points in just a moment here, but want to tell you about our social media platforms. You can follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You can get the most accurate and up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, gaming floors, and any of our new announcements from our Red Shores official platforms as we slide in the picks here for race number 10. Lee, it is the Stephen McRae Memorial here. Great to honor Stephen here in race number 10. He was a huge harness racing fan. And Lee, I'm going 317 in here. That's the Boss is a Girl, Magical Cowgirl, and the 7 Elm Grove Mistress for Corey. 316 for Classifier's Choice. And Lee, it's going to come down, it looks like, to Mark Campbell and Corey McPherson here to decide it.
Yeah, it's a tight race this afternoon, and of course they finished 1-2 in that last race, so it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out here right now. But Mark Campbell leading the way with 60 points, and Corey McPherson coming into this event, the last leg of it, at 57. So that's how close it is as we're getting ready to see these horses step on the track here momentarily. By the way, the presentation, the official presentation, will take place to all the drivers from the PEI Standardbird Horse Owners Association, and Peter McPhee will be trackside to help coordinate that as well, and that's coming up after race 11. Okay, so competition ends after the 10th. The presentation will come up after the 11th.
The 10th race enters the track on Post Parade, the final heat of the Drivers' Championship. It is the Stephen McRae Memorial. Number 1, Magical Cowgirl, owned by Pat Murphy and Faith Mitchum. Pat Murphy, the trainer. Amber Campbell drives. Outrageous Spirit, number 2, owned by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove and Kevin Peters of Emmyvale. Kevin is the trainer. Stephen Shepard. The Boss is a Girl, number 3, owned by Allison Ramsey of Winslow North, Brian Ramsey of Summerside, trained by Ronnie Matheson, Mark Campbell. For his Southwind Ion, owned by Jason Williams of McNeil's Mills, trained by Frank Banks, Donnie McNeil. Five Mrs. Dragonfire, owned by Reg Ferguson and Wayne McDonald. Reg is the trainer, David Dowling. Warweula, number 6, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. Elm Grove Mistress, number 7, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer trains, Corey McPherson drives. Number 8, LeVion Rose, owned and trained by Glennie McKay of Summerside. Adam Murners in the sulky. Down to just 2 minutes wagering time on race number 10 for upcoming race dates and promotion. Go to Redshores.ca, which includes the new comedy series Coming to the Top of the Park.
So we're back on track here this afternoon in race number 10. It is the Stephen McRae Memorial and a trackside presentation coming up. It features the Exacta 20-cent Superfecta Triactor. And of course you can take your ticket with the wild horses on track. For you players, a number of people on track here this afternoon. We do appreciate that. And congratulations to all the second chance draw customer winners on behalf of the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association. There is a look at the 3. This is The Boss is a Girl. Mark Campbell doing the driving today for trainer Ron Matheson, and the co-owners, Allison and Brian Ramsey. Saw Brian taking care of her last week in the paddocks. Left from post 9, was positioned well en route to that opening quarter, but Bradley popped the 4-hole and put her on the point, and that's how she was on the lead of the quarter from the back tier. Great trip, too. Yeah,
raced really, really well. Just got collared right at the end by Magical Cowgirl, but an excellent effort from the Boss is a Girl last time out. 2-2, closed in 29-3, and the track was off 4 seconds on that day. And if you slide right down to the bottom there, you can see in September, similar strategy from the 2-hole, put on the point and just collared again late third, and a charted trip of 55-4, closed 28-3 to Miss Moyes on that day. So I think the strategy will be similar here. Mark has the lead heading into the last leg of the competition. The Boss is the Girl is the favorite here for Campbell, 4-5.
Once again, we want to give a shout out to all the drivers and their sponsors today. Corey McPherson, Razzie's Roadhouse, Adam Murner, Daniel R. Ross, Stephen Shepard, Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale, Donnie McNeil, Gass's General Store, David Dowling teamed up with All-Star Cresting today, Amber Campbell, Atlantic Vet College, Mark Campbell with Agro Co-op, and Jason Hughes with Red Shores. So thank you to those sponsors and those drivers this afternoon. There's a look at the rail sitter right now. This is Magical Cowgirl. Amber Campbell doing the driving today for Patrick Murphy, who co-owns with Faith Mitchum, and they get to go off the rail. 3 wins from her last 6 and trying to go back-to-back.
Yeah, again, she was really good last time out. Like we mentioned, tracked all the way and got up to nip. The Boss is a Girl late last time, 2-1-4, closed 29-1. And prior to that, had been racing very well. October 28th, tucked in the entire way, a winner 58-1. And then in Summerside on the 25th, again on the point, right down the road, a winner 59-2, closed 29-4. It looks like she's going to get another great trip from the rail. Amber's in the bike. Magical Cowgirl 5-2.
There's a look at Elm Grove Mistress here. Get a lead from post 7 for the Jennifer Doyle, Danny Burt stable here today. Jennifer's the trainer. Corey McPherson going into the final leg here with 57 points on the competition. The last two were no fun, Peter, but look at the upside. She has the highest power rating at 77. The higher the number, the better suited the horse is for this race, just saying.
Yeah, and again, I think she'll be trying to leave off the wings. That is certainly the strategy in the past. There is speed to the inside, but I think Corey will have her well placed.
So the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling. It is the Stephen McRae Memorial. And the final leg of the Drivers' Championship this afternoon. Here with the race call is Vance Cameron.
Magical Cowgirl. Outrageous Spirit, the boss is a girl. Southwind Ion, Mrs. Dragonfire. Warweula. Elm Grove Mistress. Levion Rose. Post time. The rough and pacing Elm Grove Mistress coming from the outside on the rail, Outrageous Spirit. Into the turn third, the boss is a girl. At the rail fourth is Magical Cowgirl. Racing from fifth, that is Southwind Ion. Away six at the rail, Mrs. Dragonfire. Seventh is Warweula. And trailing the field, Levion Rose. Corey McPherson hustled Elm Grove Mistress to the lead. Campbell is coming early on the outside. The boss is a girl second. Third at the rail, Outrageous Spirit. Well off the leaders. Fourth is Magical Cowgirl. And there's the reason why. Oh, they're setting up. 28 seconds flat was the quarter mile. And they're up front with the lead. Elm Grove Mistress. The boss is a girl now coming to call on the outside. Right there, third is Outrageous Spirit. Well, the two of them that have a shot, they're to it, not it, at it, and to it halfway home. That's McPherson at the rail with Elm Grove Mistress. Mark Campbell lays on the outside with the boss is a girl. Third at the rail is Outrageous Spirit for Stephen Shepard. 56 and 4. Opening half mile, it's Elm Grove Mistress, the leader. The boss is a girl dropped in for a breather. Back into third, Outrageous Spirit. Mrs. Dragonfire is coming fourth on the outside. Southwind Ion fifth, 3 high 6. That's Levion Rose. Then Magical Cowgirl outside the trailer. Warweula, 3/4 in 1. 28 and 1. And it's Elm Grove Mistress, the leader with an ace to go. The boss is a girl second. Into third, Mrs. Dragonfire. Up the inside, fourth, Levion Rose. Down the stretch they come. And it is Elm Grove Mistress. The boss is a girl up the inside. Elm Grove Mistress. McPherson has 5 winners on the day. Second, the boss is a girl. Tight for third. Time for the mile, 1:59.3.
So here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the Stephen McRae Memorial this afternoon. In the final leg of the Driving Championship, the Paul McDonald Memorial today. We talked about these two drivers going into it, Corey McPherson, Mark Campbell, Elm Grove Mistress, and the boss is a girl, and it came right down to the stretch drive.
Yeah, we thought she'd spring the gate here today. Didn't know if she'd get front, but she did. Wow, slingshot right off the wings to the front here. 28 flat for Elm Grove Mistress over there. Mark didn't want to take a seat, challenging up 56 and 4. Boy, were they rocking and rolling here. They were the two that were going to decide this. 128 and 1. Still Corey and Elm Grove Mistress. They swing for home here, and she's digging in here. She was put on the point, sent right down the road. Mark tries to rally, ducks back in to take a shot late, but not going to get there. Elm Grove Mistress right down the road for Corey, 159 and 3. And Lee, they're going to decide this. Mark and Corey, they'll be 1-2, but Corey has 5 wins on the day.
Elm Grove Mistress arriving at the 10th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare 6 by Articulator from the Real Desire Dam Aquatic Lightning. On with Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer does the training. Corey McPherson having an afternoon. That's his 5th trip to the winner's circle on this day. Gets it in 1:59 and 3. Elm Grove Mistress in the 10th at trackside. The Stephen McRae Memorial Cooler presentation. Now the official results in race number 10. Magical Cowgirl was 7th. Outrageous Spirit was 8th. The Box is a Girl 2nd. Stuffwind Ion 6th. Mrs. Dragonfire 3rd. Warwi Eula finished 5th. Elm Grove Mistress the race winner. Le'Veon Rose 4th. Fractions of 28. 56 and 4. 128 and 1. And the mile 159 and 3. In review, it's 782, 635, 14. Elm Grove Mistress 770. Exactor was 2050. Triactor $161. And the Superfecta $91.63.
Okay, 8 to go here before race number 11, and we will have the presentation for the driving championship after race number 11. And again, we thank all the drivers and sponsors in today's competition, and we will have the winner and the runner-up coming up after this race. As we work on race number 11, 7 to go here. I'm heading to the 154 in here. That's Bankshot, Hanover, Doc, Darrell, and Better Than Cash. I like a 154 classifier. Same numbers, different orders. 5, 4, 1 for the classifier here in race number 11, 7 away at Red Shores.
The afternoon's 11th race is the Clarence Farm Services Limited Pace for the trackside presentation. On parade, number 1, Bankshot Hanover, owned by Brendan Mullen, Dean Lewis, and Josh O'Hanley. Trained by Brendan Mullen, driven today by Mark Campbell. Usurper, number 2, on the Next Generation Stable of Stratford, Earl Smith, the trainer, Mark Bradley driving. 3, Selkirk Echo, on the Selkirk Stable of Belfast, trained by Ronnie Matheson, Corey McPherson. Better Than Cash, number 4, Amber Campbell of Charlottetown, owns, trains, and drives. Five, Doc Darrell, owned by Morgan Shumpert of Brackley Beach, Cliff Murphy, the trainer, driven by Kenny Murphy. Manterio, number 6, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Burt of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer trains, Jason Hughes driving. Ashes to Ashes, number 7, on Belinda Summers, Tracy Conway, and Lynn Livingstone. Trained by Ron Matheson, Dale Spence drives. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 11. Windows are closing in 3 minutes. Race Day Live continues after this Canada Games promotional video.
10 provinces, 3 territories, 2,000 athletes coming together on one island. Building the fabric of Canada and wearing it on their backs. Not just to lift a trophy, but to lift a country and welcome the hearts of a nation. In 2023, we're all Islanders.
So there will be the trackside presentation coming up with the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association and the Paul McDonald Memorial Drivers Championship after this race. Clarence Farm Services Limited will have the trackside presentation, and there's a look at the rail sitter right now. This is Bankshot Hanover. Off the rail here today for Brennan Mullen, Dean Lewis, and Josh O'Hanley. Mark Campbell doing the driving this afternoon. Moved here to the last July to the Mullen stable, and this is a first-time drive for Campbell on this horse.
Yeah, and the horse has been good. You go down the lines there, was a winner back on October the 23rd there, put on the point by Stephen Shepard and led all the way, 57-1, 29-2, very nice win. And then last time out was a good second, similar strategy on the lead early, and then just beaten at the end by Hamax Dragonetter. A good second, though, for Bankshot Hanover, 58-4, closed 29-2. Track was off 2 seconds on that day. So a first, second, and third in the last 4 starts gets the rail here today, and Eds Campbell, 5-2.
So 2 races to go left on this Saturday afternoon. We're back at it tomorrow afternoon. Post time is 12:30. Got the nice sunshine out there, but don't let that fool you. It is a little cool. There's a look at the 5. This is Doc Darrell. For Morgan Shepherd of Brackley Beach, Clifford Murphy is the trainer, and Kenny Murphy will do the driving here this afternoon from post 5. Won by 5 lengths and 58-1 over a track rate of 2 seconds off. Can't leave him out.
Yeah, and again, Lee, that was quite a move up the backstretch last week. Cleared up, powered up to the lead, and was a winner, 158-1. And how about that last quarter? 28-3, pretty snappy on the end of it last week. Looked really good in winning, and the 1-3 back was good as well. 13-01 here in Charlottetown was a good second time. A looker too. 54-3 closed. 28-2. When you look down the lines, those closing panels are very impressive. And Doc Darrell looks to have another shot here. Kenny Murphy had a big weekend last time out, and a big shot here with Doc Darrell. 9-5.
Well, let's move one slot to the left here, and behind the gate here this afternoon, there's Better Than Cash, owned, trained, and driven by Amber Campbell here today. And first 2 starts in the Island back in September were winning ones. Gets the roll from post 4. It was a tough trip last week from the 7-hole. Just got tired in the end of it. So I think it'll work out better for Amber here today. And the bettors are on board at 7-2.
Yeah, and again, this horse likes the front end. So I think Amber will have this horse well placed. You can see the 1-2 back, tracked all the way, and just nipped by Good Eye Hawkeye. It was a real nice effort, 56 and 1, and the one prior to that again, left 5, came first up and was a good third to raise you 20. 56 and 2 closed 29 and 4. That was a little bit higher up the class ladder. So 15:01s from the mid-pack should be up handy the front here, and a good result for Better Than Cash right now, 7-2.
A good-looking betting board in here as they're getting ready to go to gate here. Even Usurper taking some money late for Bradley here this afternoon. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling. It's post time for the 11th, the Clarence Farm Services Limited Pace. Let's go back upstairs to the call with Vance Cameron.
Bank Shot Hanover, Usurper, Selkirk Echo, Better Than Cash, Doc Darrell, Manterio, Ashes to Ashes, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and pacing Selkirk Echo leaving out. Bankshot Hanover at the rail. Coming from the outside, Manterio third. Usurper is fourth on the turn to get away fifth. On the inside is Doc Darrell. Racing from six is Ashes to Ashes. Now the trailer. That's Better Than Cash. On the backstretch, led by Bankshot Hanover. In line to Mark Campbell. Second is Usurper in a whole heap of trouble. Selkirk Echo caught out. Racing fourth at the rail is Manterio. Then in fifth, it's Doc Darrell. Six is Ashes to Ashes. And the trailer, Better Than Cash, 28 and 1. A serious opening quarter. Bank Shot Hanover put that one on the board. Down on the outside, Selkirk Echo. He is in trouble. He's going to be out all the way. Racing from third. On the rail is Usurper. Moving up fourth is Doc Darrell. Now in fifth, Manterio. On the outside, Better Than Cash is sixth. Trailing the field. Ashes to Ashes. Halfway home in a rolling 57 and 2. Bank Shot Hanover will lead him at 5-8. Laying outside is Selkirk Echo, just a neck off the leader. Third up the rail is Usurper. Moving up fourth and going three wide is Doc Darrell. Racing from fifth on the outside, Better Than Cash. Manterio six and Ashes to Ashes. Trailing seventh by the three-quarters and a new leader. Doc Darrell is taken over late for Kenny Murphy, opening by 3. Better Than Cash is second. Selkirk Echo, what an effort from him. He's third. Bankshot Hanover now fourth. 3/4 and 126 and 4. And it's all Doc Darrell in here. He'll win by open length. Doc Darrell in line to Kenny Murphy jogs. Better Than Cash is second. Manterio may have rallied up to be third. 155-4.
Okay, so let's have a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the 11th race here this afternoon, and it was Doc Darrell. We talked about this guy in the pre-race here this afternoon, coming in off the bench here with a nice trip there last week. He had the second overtow, and then Murphy moved him 3 high past the 3/4, and you can see they're all alone here in the stretch. 28 and 1, 57 and 2. They rolled by that 3/4 and 126 and 4. And here they are in the stretch. They're going to stop the timer in 155 and 4. That's a sparkling mile here for you this afternoon. Doc Darrell picks up 6th win of the season. And Kenny Murphy gets it done. You'll see them back in the winner's circle next.
Now returning to the 11th race winner's circle, 5 is Doc Darrell, Bay Pacing Stallion 4 by Sunshine Beach. From the Better's Delight Dam, Sir LLB's Z-Tam, owned by Morgan Shepherd of Brackley Beach, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy has his second winner on the day for the double. Excellent trip on the horse of 155 and 4, right to his record. Doc Darrell in the 11th. Now the official results in race 11, Bankshot Hanover 6, Usurper 5th, Selkirk Echo 4th. Better Than Cash was 2nd. Doc Darrell the race winner. Manterio finished 3rd. Ashes to Ashes 7th. Fractions of 28 and 1. 57 and 2. 126 and 4. And the mile 155 and 4. In review 654 2137. Doc Darrell paid $340. The Exactor $590, Triactor $100 $250, and the Superfecta $46.54. Ladies and gentlemen, drawing your attention to the trackside winner's circle on the completion of another very successful Horseperson's Day and the Paul McDonald Memorial Driving Championship. Let's go to the winner's circle, and here is Peter McPhee.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. Here we go. We're good now. Thanks very much, Vince. And again, how about a round of applause for our 8 drivers here today competing this afternoon. Corey McPherson with Razzie's Roadhouse, Adam Murner for Daniel R. Ross, Stephen Shepard, Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale, Donnie McNeil with Gassis General Store, David Dowling, All-Star Cresting, Amber Campbell, Atlantic Vet College, Mark Campbell for Agro Co-op, and Jason Hughes for Red Shores. So again, we're going to present each of the drivers here this afternoon with an award. But again, we wanted to tell who was the winner. Mark Campbell was the winner here this afternoon. So congratulations to Mark. Corey McPherson was second. Mark had 69 points, and Corey was second with 67. So we're going to call on Corey to come up with the runner-up prize here today. And Corey, you're going to get an award here this afternoon. We'll get the presentation done, and we'll get a photo as well with the PEI, Horse Owners Association. Check 1 2. Yeah, and the winner, Mark Campbell. Mark, please come forward. Mark was the winner with 69 points today. Congratulations. And Paul McDonald Memorial Trophy, Danny McDonald, Paul's son, and Danny's son as well, Devin McDonald, again, with the presentation here on the championship. And again, how about a round of applause for Mark and all the other drivers on a huge day here this afternoon. And we're going to call each of the other drivers up for a presentation as well. Adam Murner, please come forward with Daniel R. Ross. Stephen Shepard, Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale, please come forward, Steve. Donnie McNeil with Gassis General Store. David Dowling with All-Star Cresting. We thank David again for all his donations today. Amber Campbell with Atlantic Vet College. And Jason Hughes with Red Shores. Thanks again to all the drivers. One more round of applause, and we'll get a photo of all the drivers before we go. Thanks again to all the participants as we get one final photo here with all the drivers in the competition this year.
Well, the strangest thing of the afternoon is the 50-50. It's not claimed. $1,923 E33190. 50-50 winning number E33190. The 12th race on the track for the post parade is the Woodmere Farms Pace. It'll be a presentation to the winner. Preferred Mares. Number 1, Do You Mind, owned by Woodmere Farms in Marshfield, trained by Ron Matheson, Mark Bradley driving. To Ms. Moyes, owned by Olivia May, Quaid Hatley, Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, trained by Melissa Rennie, Adam Murnerup. 3, Better Be in Love, owned by Brendan Mullen, Cole McLaren, and Aaron McCardle. Brendan does the training, Dale Spence catch drives. Arclight, number 4, owned by Crossroads Racing Stable of Stratford, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. 5 is Philly 47, owned by Alan McDonald, Corey Carver, and Caitlin Smallwood, trained by Mark Campbell. Jason Hughes drives. 6, The Time to Win, owned by Shirley Weeks of Hunter River, trained by Ron Matheson, Kenny Murphy. 7 is Ladylike, owned by Debbie Elliman of Village Green, trained by Colin Johnson, David Dowling up. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on the 12th race, and Peter, you and I are going to come up with our selections here in the afternoon finale. We thank our friends at Results Advertising and Marketing for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And Peter, I go looking for long shots up and down the program. This mare was morning lined at 6-1. I looked out at the board. She was 1-2, then 3-5, and hit even money. And I like her. 4 Arc Light right now, 6-5 on the tote board, paying $4.70. I'll look for her on top. The 5 Philly 47 has been racing like a champion as of late. She shipped up to Summerside, took on the boys, and took on a pair of real nice deuces in her efforts up home. I like her for second. Going to go to the far outside in 7 Ladylike. If she was inside anywhere close, maybe using her on top, guys, but I'll use her for tri-actor material. I'll lean to number 2, Ms. Moist, to get a trip out of it for superfecta players. And my super high 5, I like the 6, The Time to Win. Kenny Murphy along for the ride this afternoon. Here in the booth, gentlemen, I'm going 4, 5, 7, 2, 6. And your choices are?
Well, I'm going to lean with you. I'm on the Arc Light train this afternoon, going with the MCR 1-2 punch in here too. Vance was 4th and 54 and 3-2 back, going after her 8th win of the campaign. So I'm with you on the top ticket. I'm with you with Philly 47 as well. Nice to see her back this week. Scratch sick last week. She could be on top of the ticket, but I'll leave her for second. For third, I'm going with Better Be in Love. Can't leave a horse out that has 3 wins in a row on my ticket. She's rolling right now, especially after that trip last week on the heavy track. That was a big effort. Ladylike on the super high 5. I don't like putting her this far down the ticket, as you said as well, but I don't like the 7 slot either. And for the super high 5, I'm going to lead on the 6 today, The Time to Win. 3 wins from her last 10 starts, Pete and Vance, and hasn't missed the top 4 since October 10th. I have her 5th, but that's part of the super high 5 ticket, and that's what I'm going to lean on. 4, 5, 3, 7, 6.
I got to be different. I'm going to go to the 5 and Philly 47, even coming off of the 6 scratch. Jason's got along well with her in the past, so maybe they can get it done here again today. I'm going to put her on top. I do like Better Be in Love. The form is excellent. Spence jumps up here. Going to put Ladylike in for Dowling, and then Arc Light. And the only reason is just because she's been off for a while. I mean, she could win this, but just coming back off of a layoff, we'll see how she does today. I'll call for 4th and in for 5th, The Time to Win. So 5, 3, 7, 4, 6 from this side of the desk. And Vance, how about that competition again? Corey and Mark right down to the final race.
As you mentioned off the top, guys, it comes right down to the final couple of races on the card. This year, absolutely no different. The great difference was the track was absolutely terrible when we started. It's tightened up pretty good right now. And another excellent Horse Person's Day put on by the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association, our folks here at Redshores. Just another successful afternoon.
And we don't have the 50-50 ticket. Peter and I have checked our tickets
we
over and over.
We checked it again.
No, we don't have it for sure. I don't think it's claimed yet. So back on track here this afternoon, Woodmere Farms is the trackside presentation as we wrap it up on the 12th here today. And there's a look at Ladylike and David Dowling. And we talked about the driving championship here today. And Dowling was the champion the last 2 years and comes back in this year, does the same thing. He donates his money. All the money that he's raised this afternoon is collected in the points. He's donating to a needy family this Christmas. He sent us that note at the top of the program.
Yeah, very nice move by David. And again, all class to do something like that, donate all the winnings to a family in need at Christmas time. So thanks again to David. I kind of like his chances here, Lee. I put him in for third, but like you said, because of the post position, maybe not be able to get there in the end. But again, second the last couple of times from the rail once. And then last time out, she raced really well again. Second, just beaten by Better Than Love last week. 2 minutes closed 29-1. So 7-2 if you like the horse on top. Great price.
Well, there's another horse right now, Miss Moise, that we talked about before in the pre-race. And although not on my super high five this time around, Adam Murner, Melissa Rennie, Olivia Maid, Quaid Haley, Andrew Cameron. I mean, they've just been cheering on. I mean, how can you look at the chart lines, winners in the last 2 times out there, and being cheered on by Heather Moise?
I love this horse, Lee. Again, she's had an excellent year. 8 wins from 25 starts, 55-3. Love to watch her race. She slipped down the passing lane there a couple of starts ago and was a going-away winner last time.
All right, so the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for the finale on this Saturday afternoon. Back upstairs to the race call once again. Here's Vance Cameron.
Do you mind Ms. Moise better be in love? Arc Light Philly 47. The time to win. Ladylike outside. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Finale time. The rough and pacing, we've got a foursome leaving. Do you mind Ms. Moise better be in love? And Philly 47, all leaving out. In at the rail for 5th is Arc Light, away 6, the time to win. And the trailer, that'll be Ladylike, their quarter pole bound. Do you mind in line to Mark Bradley, the leader. Ms. Moise second, driving on the outside third. Philly 47 is coming to call, and she's on the outside, and she strikes the lead. Philly 47 and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, take over off a 28 3/4. Do you mind a second? Ms. Moise third. Better Be in Love fourth. Arc Light is fifth. Then sixth, the time to win. On the outside, the trailer. That is Ladylike. They approach the opening half mile next, led by Philly 47. She's halfway home. Second at the rail, Do You Mind? First up on the outside, third. Better Be in Love. Second over, fourth is Arc Light. In at the rail, fifth is Ms. Moise. Ladylike on the outside is sixth. Now the trailer. The time to win, 57-2 for an opening half mile. Up the backstretch they go over the final time. The leader is Philly 47. The challenger is Better Be in Love. There goes Arc Light, 3 high on the outside, third. Ladylike is following her, 3 wide, fourth. Do You Mind is fifth. In between them, Ms. Moise, trailing but not out of it. The time to win, 3/4 up in 1, 27-2, and they're well grouped, and they're homeward bound. Better Be in Love takes over. Arc Light on the outside. Ladylike way wide. Deep stretch now. Better Be in Love. Ladylike and Dowling got there in the final stride. Second, Better Be in Love. Might have been the time to win. Third, the mile in 1, 57-1.
Well, here's the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the 12th this afternoon. What a horse race this was. Action all the way through it this afternoon. And Ladylike, we said at the top, we didn't really like the post position today, but Dowling worked out the trip. And they're going to get it done here, Pete.
Yeah, we'll talk you through it here, Lee. What a finish. They were all together when they swung for home here. Philly 47 in the Blue Knight. They won at the front end. They got there snappy, 28-3, 57-2. Past the half. Better Be in Love first up. Arclight followed second over, 127-2. And you thought to yourself, maybe Better Be in Love's going to win 4 in a row, but look who comes charging on the end of it here. Yeah, it's Ladylike and Dowling. We talked about them just before they went. They were 7-2 on the board, and they reach up and strike to win the finale here, 157-1. She's a winner. Better Be in Love is second. It was tight for third, maybe the sixth, the time to win, but Ladylike and Dowling closed down Charlottetown on a Saturday afternoon.
Ladylike into the 12th race winner's circle, pacing Brown Mare 5 by Shadow Play, off the Dragon Again Dam Sunshine Patriot. On the Debbie Element of Village Green, trained by Colin Johnson. David Dowling, second winner for the double. Mile 157-1. Ladylike in the 12th. Now the official results in the 12th race: Do You Mind 6th, Ms. Moyes 5th. Better Be in Love was 2nd. Arc Light finished 7th. Philly 47 4th. The time to win 3rd. Ladylike was the race winner. Fractions went 28-3, 57-2, 127-2, and the mile 157-1. In review, it's 6-5-2, 7-4, 3-1. Ladylike paid $13.10. The exactor $36.40. Triactor $761.20. The late daily double $18.90, and the super high five returning $678.67. That completes our live presentation today here at the driving park. Live racing tomorrow afternoon, 12:30 opening post time. Today's par mutual handle $56,694. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.